videos are for educational purposes only. I'm not selling anything or promoting the sale of vape products on this channel. You must be of legal vaping age 18 to 21, depending on where you are in the world, to view this video. Sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy the content.
How's it going, guys? Welcome to this week's episode of the Retro Build and Chill. Thanks for joining, guys. How's everybody doing? What's everybody on? Has everybody had a good week? What you vaping on? What you're drinking on? Thanks for joining, guys. Thanks for joining. Much appreciated. Hopefully I won't have no issues with my app today. It seems to be so far so good. It just depends if the chat will show up on the screen or not, but we'll see how it goes anyway. So, how's everybody today? Thanks for joining again. Thanks for joining. Don't forget, guys, hit that like and subscribe. Helps out. So what's everybody doing? What's everybody vaping on? Shall I start with my my little buffet that I've got, which is not much different to the buffets that I've had, you know, past couple of weeks. But yeah, let's start. So I'm still on the Pulse Mini AIO V2 vessel in there, different drip tip. One of the things that was in the box, but we'll get to that very, very soon. Nice. So I've just got a fuse Clapton in this one. Quickly changed the coil over this earlier today, and in that I have, let's get some things changed here. So in that I do have some dripping desserts, butterscotch custard. Now I've got this in here because for some reason it's very harsh, and I've used the same nicotine and everything, but it is very, very harsh on the throat. And I know it's not the juice because I tasted the juice before I nicked it up, and it was beautiful. You know, there was no harshness to it. Still tastes good, but it's got a bit of a throat kick on it. So still on the Sidekick and the Turnstone RDA, just there, still rocking that, very nice. So in that one I do have Lee Swetnam High. Looks like my app is working this week, so it's coming on thingy, Lee Swetnam High. In that I've just got my G14 classified juice in, custard based juice, can't really talk about it, got it in that. I am sort of running still the Emperor by Early Bird on the OG Hog. No batteries in this because they're charging at the moment, but I do have some Dark Star scones in that, very nice. Can't complain one bit with what I've got there, and that's what I've got so far. That's my buffet. So what is everybody else vaping on today, or what's your setups and stuff? Thanks for joining, guys. Thanks for joining. So, like I say, got a bit of a kick on that, but not to worry, I can handle it. So let me get that off and that back on. So I'm assuming the issues that I had last week were to do with the beta software that I run on my phone, which is what I use for filming. But there's been an update since then. There hasn't been an app update, obviously for Prison, which you can see just about there. So I am looking at two screen, guys. So I'm not ignoring you. I'm not trying to be rude, but thank you for coming. So yeah, what drink are we doing? What drink? So sort of Easter time. So I've got the mini egg, chocolate stout, 6%. I don't believe I have tried this one, but no, I don't think I have tried this one before. So it's a mini egg, chocolate mini egg stout. So let's hope this tastes nice. Good for Easter. I know Easter is just gone, but yeah, let's crack this open. So it does smell of mini chocolate eggs. It definitely smells of mini chocolate eggs. So I'm just using my normal glass that I've had in the freezer. Keep it nice and cool. This is nice and cold too. Let's go in for the pour. There we are. So it doesn't look like a right thick stout, but not a watery one at the same time, because some stouts I get are watery. So yeah, definitely mini eggs in there. Definitely. So chocolate custard, will that go together? That's what I'll pair it with. I'll pair it with what's in the Pulse Mini AIO. So cheers guys, everybody that's watching. Hashtag replay crew. Appreciate you all. Love and respect. Cheers guys. Oh wow. So you do get that nice stout taste, but on that initial it's very chocolatey. And you sort of like get that sweetness from the outside shell at the aftertaste. Let's see if it goes well with this. Yeah, makes everything really creamy. Makes that chocolate in the chocolate eggs more creamier, but you can still sort of taste that candy shell taste of the mini eggs. Very nice. Definitely got those some malty tastes in there. Very delicious. Very nice. Very naughty. Right, let's get to the main event. So, as you know, this episode is called What in the Box. So, let me give you a bit of background to what's in the box. So, an old friend of mine that I made friends with through vaping and also used to work with him as well back in the day, rings me up and says he's found some of his old vape stuff. Now, it's not much. He has got more. It's just some that he found, and he says, "Would you like it for your channel? Because I know you do retro stuff." So said, yeah, why not? Went up, got a few things, which is on my desk right now. Now, I did originally have a box, but I messed it up and ended up stepping on it. So it's just laid out on my desk now, but there's a towel over it, obviously for the big reveal. So let me switch the camera around to desk view. I'll reveal what I've got and we'll go through a few things, what I've got as well. So let's get you in and swiveled round. There we are. So I do want to zoom you out a bit. Everybody can hear me, can't they? Kaplot, thanks for joining. Are you lurking, my brother? Thank you. I appreciate it, Kaplot. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Kerplot. So there we are. I'll put you about there. There we are. Let me see if I can get a bit of manual focus in here. So it's nothing too amazing, but there is a few gems in there and a few things that I have wanted to add to my collection that I haven't had obviously chance yet. So let me get that. Is that better? No, that's a lot better. Just so you can see what's on my desk. There we are. Right, let's go for the reveal. So there we are, guys. So we had a little box with some things in. There was more than what there is here now, but some of them could not be saved. I have spent a couple of days just cleaning everything here. The mod, all these mods and stuff like that. So, as you can see, there's quite a few bits there. Lauren Johnson, yeah, it will be clueless. Some of these stuff are dating back to as early as 2013, 2014. So that's upside down. So that doesn't look good, does it? So an Aspire Speeder mod. There we are. It's an Aspire one. So it is used. It was used. So it is well worn, but still works. Cleaned up very well. So like I say, it is well worn because it has been used. Right, let me sort this, undo this, there we are. So that's what it was. It must have been a pink one of some kind, or sort of like a salmony flavour, salmony colour and white. Like I say, there is chipping on it. It has been used, it has been a used mod. So like I say, there is chipping on it. There we are, a bit closer. Yeah, the door. So the door wasn't like that originally. When I was cleaning here and the contacts and everything, and just everything in here, getting it all clean, I did lose the spring for this latch, but it still works once you've got batteries in there. So leaf sweat and pulse BF, yeah, definitely. That's one of the things that I wanted to add to my collection, is one of these. So now I don't really have to pay for one. Because one was donated. So it's a side fire, I believe 200 watt device, still works, but like I say, very worn because it was used. Dual 18650 mod, perfect. So there is that. So there's that one. Like I said, there's a box. Some bits I do not have boxes for or spares for, but we will have to work with it. So Aspire Speeder it is. I don't even remember this one, to be fair. Anybody remember this? RDA, yeah, definitely, definitely. Takes me back a long way. So the Spice Speeder. So we'll move that out of the way and we'll move along, just so it helps with a bit of stuff. So let me go through most of the boring stuff. So OCC coils for Kangatech. So if you've ever had a Subtank Mini, which I do have one in my collection, there's some like 4 pre-made coils there, Clapton coils. So it'll be interesting for a review or a live or something, but they're brand new Clapton OCC coils. So like I say, if you ever use a Subtank Mini or something similar to that, Subtank Mano. Alex, thanks for joining me. Yeah, definitely. But this is not the most exciting bit, though, is what I think, out of what I've got here, which I'll show you in a minute. So we've got some pre-made Clapton OCC coils there. Now, the most exciting part is this bit here, which is related to Kangatech, and that is the V2 RBA. So the V2 RBA, as you can see, came with the Subtank Mini top fill, and obviously the rebuildable was slightly different. It didn't have holes in the back. I didn't have a screw on the side to take your thingy, your barrel off. But I do have an RBA, so I'm glad I've got one of them, because I do actually want one of these, just for the tank, but can't seem to get hold of anywhere. But yeah, that's a rebuildable RBA for the Subtank Mini. So I could probably do a comparison. I do have 2 Subtank Minis, so I could do a build with an RBA and normal style coils. So just some pre-made coils. These are notch coils. Anybody remember notch coils? Didn't notch coils used to be used in that sort of like RDTA, that what's his name now? Is it Sam from Suck My Mod? In his that he made, but that is a notch coil. Can't remember what tank there was, but I'm sure you could probably put these in any tank, really. So it reminds me a bit like sort of like a round sort of mesh sort of coil with 2 leads that look as if they've been welded. Well, not welded, but soldered to that bit. So you've got legs. So I don't know what I'd use that in, but it might be good for something retro. I can stick it in, but some notch coils there. Got a few there. So get rid of these cotton bacon. Like I say, more or less 2 full packs there. Very new. It's not my favourite cotton, but it's free. I've got some spare cotton just there. So I can't complain with that. I've got some cotton there. 2 bags of cotton. Some notch coils there. Some of these Complife wire. These are tiger wires. Just there like that. Now, I don't know. Legs both sides. You mean on the same side, or because they were both sides? Thanks to everybody that's here. But yeah, that is a tiger wire coil. Pre-made, so I don't expect the flavour to be great on these. Who remembers ever having Complife pre-made coils? Because I've never tried Complife pre-made coils before. Complife tiger wire. My missus might get some use out of this. She's got an RDA for Vape Aerosol XR Max. So here we've got some staircase coils. So Alex, which coils did you say that you had? All right. Right, I get you. So as you can see, Nightbot's doing its thing. So we've got some staircase wire, Kenthal. Oh, the Complife one. Yeah. So these are really interesting, but very nice, I've got to say. So these are staircase wire. So it's got 2 pieces of 24 gauge in there, and then staggered wrapped with flat wire. Trying to get the colour right. There we are. Staircase wire there. Get you a bit closer there. So 2 pieces of 24 gauge and then out staggered wrapped with ribbon wire on there. All right, okay. So they're quite nice, different. Gives me ideas for builds as well. There we are. So some coils there, so like I say, it's good for content as well. Where are we? I'm sure they do, Alex. I'm sure they do. Like I say, it'll be good for a good retro segment, like proper old school. Doesn't have to necessarily be nice, but yeah, just some drip tips, some random soft drip tips. These are new. That one's soft. That one's not. That one's hard. But just a assortment of 510. Some are squashy, some are solid. I've got an 810 one there, and then another 810 one here with the O-rings on the drip tip. So just some variety of 510 drip tips, some different ones. Spare glasses, I don't know what they are for, but yeah, just some spare glasses. I don't know what tank they're for or anything. They're just some spare glasses. To whichever tank, I don't know. It might come in handy for something. Now, I do have a glass here. Now, as you can see, it's a Nautilus Mini. Now, I did have the tank, but unfortunately, the chimney broke on me when I separated it for cleaning and couldn't salvage it. But I do have the glass, but the Nautilus Mini. So if you've ever heard of the Nautilus, the Aspire Nautilus, this was the OG Nautilus, or the second iteration, the mini one. So I do have a glass. There we are. Just a 510 adapter for this drag pod kit. So it's a RDA.s Pro. Just there. It's probably not something I'm going to use, but the missus might use it if she wants a bit of a change or a change up in device. Just a simple pod system just there. There we are. And the mod works. It's just a shame it's not one of those with a 510. It does take 21700, 2700 and 18650 with an adapter sleeve that you do get with it. That's inside there. But yeah, just a pod just there. Not much of a pod user myself, but like I say, my wife, it might come in handy for my wife. So let's get on to the next thing. So just a normal sub-ohm tank. This is a UL Valerian tank. So Lee, are you an RTA system for what? Are you talking about the pod system or this one I'm holding here? All right, on it 2 mils, yeah. So there's no coil in there, it's just the tank. Right. Might have to look into something like that, isn't it? That the TPP RBA deck that goes in that one, I think. The drag one. So yeah, just a purple / pink Valerian, UL Valerian. So that might be good content if I can get a coil for that just to try, because I don't really vape sub-ohm coils. So this is a smock. It doesn't say what it is on the bottom. I don't know if this is a baby beast, big beast, little big beast, baby big beast, tiger beast. I don't know, fairy beast, or whichever one this one is from Smock. But it's definitely one of their tanks. Hasn't got it at the bottom, so I don't know which one it is. It is one of those, I think, swivel tops, is it? Is it a swivel top? It has got one of these latches on it. So is this a swivel top? There's no hinges on there. So is it a swivel? I don't know. Is it a swivel? Oh, there we are. It is a swivel. Swivel top there. That locks in. So yeah, that's another tank. So I've already got a Kalita 120, but I've got 2 extra tanks there. I've got one in stainless steel. I already have one in black, but I've got good for spares. These have got the TPD 2 mil glasses on there, but I do have an RTA system for this. Yeah, Alex Vapor, yeah. The Freemax, yeah, Freemax Mesh, they did really well. The Freemax, they were really, really good. Anything from Freemax back in the day and stuff like that. Freemax, um, Sense Heracles, Sense as well, and UL and all that. They had really good. So this is the OG Nautilus, the full-size Nautilus. Luckily enough, this did survive the separation. And I do think I have a rebuildable BVC head for my Triton that I think will work in here. But yes, very underrated tank and still a popular tank, this original Nautilus. Proper, legit mouth to lung. And even though it's that old, it's still got the click. Still yeah, the airflow still clicks like it's brand new. So the hole starts really, really big and then slowly decreases inside. So proper one of those proper mouth to lung tanks from back in the day. and it goes really, really small to a pin drop, and then back to fully open. And like I say, it's still got that clickiness to the airflow ring, which doesn't normally stay like that. They're normally done by now. But yeah, the Nautilus Mini. So even though I don't really vape like this, I've always wanted one of these in my collection. And this is glass, it's not plastic. It's a proper like glass, and you have to be very, very careful because obviously it was metal threading on glass. But yeah, like that. And original drip tip as well that came with it. So this drip tip that's on it obviously came with the tank as well. I just don't have a box for it. But yeah, the OG Aspire Nautilus. So Kennedy V1. Now this is a weird one, because this is actually my Kennedy from back in the day. So it's come back to me, basically. It's made a full circle all the way back to me. So it's an OG Kennedy. Now, I can't remember when I got this, if this was an authentic or a clone, so we'll just call it a clone. But it had airflow coming from underneath and airflow coming from over the top. 3-post design like they were back in the day. But yeah, I gave it to my friend years and years and years ago. And he goes, you know what? He goes, you know, in all the stuff that I've got, I've even got the original Kennedy that you gave me back in the day. So yeah, it's weird. It's a weird one. But yeah, still the airflow underneath the coil, like they are on most Kennedys, but a triple post design, like that. So your posts weren't really big enough to put anything really exotic in there. It's more or less round wire builds, but round wire builds are still good, even today. So much airflow. I don't know how good it would be with the top airflow going down, but definitely the undercoil airflow. But yeah, one of the OG Kennedys, and the drip tip does come off, but it was a proprietary drip tip as well. So you had sort of like similar to an 810 sort of thing. I'm actually saying that. Does an 810 fit in there? No, I don't think. No, an 810 won't, but it was similar to an 810 sort of setup there with the O-ring on the inside. So it was a proprietary tip for it. So obviously back then you did have modders and stuff that used to do customized drip tips for these tanks and inside there. So that will also make an interesting live one week to rebuild this. Let me get you in a bit closer. So now we're getting to slightly the more stuff that I'm more excited about, which is what's left on the table. I would as well, if I can ever find it like a more later Kennedy, I will add one to the collection as well. So let me zoom you in, get you a bit closer. There we are. So 2700 battery, that's what was in this mod when it came. Had a bit of trouble with it, but my charger was able to revive the battery and it is fully charged, or more or less fully charged. So yeah, it's just a iJoy 2700, high rate 40 amp, 3000 mAh, and that's just a 2700 battery. So I'm gonna stick that back in my charger, make sure it's charged. Wasp Nano. Now I believe this is the original Wasp Nano. So all the stuff that I've got here has been cleaned, stripped down, and thoroughly cleaned. So yeah, so I don't have the box for this, it's just as it is. So it is got the squonk pin in there. I don't have the solid pin, but this RDA was better in squonk mode. And as you can see there, if I can get the light not to glare on there, it does say Wasp Nano on there. Ultim, some people don't like Ultim. I'm not bothered with Ultim, I like Ultim. So there we are, squonk, airflow, double O-ringed. Now, these have got hex screws in. These want the screws that were originally in this. I did swap them out because they were crap. So I did put some hex screws in there. But hex screws is not what you originally get with the Wasp Nano. But I did swap it out for some hex screws just to make it easy. I do prefer hex screws. You've got a couple of ledges there for your coil. It is a single coil banger. And then your airflow there going straight through. Nice deep juice well as well. Decent juice well. Perfect. It doesn't bother me, Alex. Gold. Gold doesn't bother me as long as it doesn't chip. Now, nothing on here has chips. Now, it has got scrapes and staining on it, but nothing has chipped. So it doesn't bother me. If it starts chipping, then that's when I have problem with gold decks. But yeah, still intact, no chipping or anything. So Lee, yeah, you obviously know, yeah, it's a little beast. I've never owned one, but I have tried one off a friend. And it's like I say, in all my streams, it's just one of those things that is on my list to get, which I don't really have to get now because this was donated. But it's a 22mm as well. 22mm little banger, single coil banger. And this is what I will be wanting to build on today. So this is what I'm building on today, is the Wasp Nano. So I'll just put that aside 1 minute. Limitless mech mod. Easy to choke, right? So limitless mech mod 18650 hybrid. This is being completely stripped down and polished up. And I've kept my hands off it, so obviously it doesn't stain or tarnish. Got a few scrapes and stuff on top. It has been used hybrid. Like I say, 18650. Does come with a sleeve. So it's sort of like copper with a brass tube. Copper top, one piece. This doesn't come off. At least I don't think so. I believe these are one piece. 18650, as you can see, I've cleaned it. All nice. Came up really nice. Green sleeve, obviously that's what was with it. This wasn't mine. Switch, everything's been cleaned on it. You've got a Delrin piece there for battery rattle that you adjust for battery rattle. Proper old school. And a nice switch just there. And that is the switch. If I can not get the glare on it. There we are. Endless, not endless, limitless. Logo there. Copper, it's spring loaded. Nice tough spring in there. But yeah, 18650. Switch, everything is copper. So it's nice. Got a rail system, nice and smooth as well. Nice bit of resistance to it as well. So yeah, that is the mech. So I'm always glad to get mechs. Even if they're shit, it's good to say that I've got one in my collection. But yeah, 25mm, I believe, and then tapers down to about 26 or maybe even 27. But yeah, there is a little step system down there, little curve there. Do like that switch. So yeah, a mech, another mech added to the collection. So that'll be another good one to do one day. So this one here. So this one I'm really nice, really happy about. Yeah, they are. Mechs are good ornaments, but I love mechs for the simple fact that it's mechanical, so you can easily come on, you can easily clean them up and they'll come up nice. That's what I like about mechs. Alex, yes, it probably is, but I am known to push my limits a little bit. But I have been doing this a long time. But it's easy to get a decent build where it's within your limits. I don't know about the ramp up time, but yeah. So the Van de Vape BF box mod. So this is just the mod. It isn't the full kit where you get the RDA as well. It's just the mod. So I've been wanting one of these. I'm not a big squonk user, but yeah, I do love a squonk, but I don't use them very often. So this has been completely stripped down. Apart from the switch, everything's been stripped down and clean. Yeah, I do purge, yeah. So yeah, it's a squonk mechanical mod. So as you can see, I've had this complete, apart from the switch, I've had this completely out. Both doors magnetic comes up. All nice and clean there. So I have had this out even to the point where this negative post here, I did desolder from the bottom of that switch just to get it out and clean it. True, Alex, the old school purge never gets old. So I did desolder that and pull it out completely and clean it and then resolder it. I've had the 510 out and everything, every little piece here, the bottle, the tube and everything, and cleaned it. This kill switch just here, I've had that out. And I've even gone as far as to split it and clean the inside, because the inside is what makes the connection with the switch. So that's all been cleaned. This was absolutely filthy when I first got it. So yeah, this will take 18650, 2700. It will take a 21700 will fit in there, but your door will not fit back on because it sticks out just slightly. But you can fit a 21700 in there. All the contacts are nice and shiny, being polished up, everything. So I do want to use this today, guys. I want to use it with the Wasp. Nice squashy bottle, very soft. I think so. Is it okay? If you can hear my dog in the background, she's dreaming. Okay. So yeah, I think is it Bear Vapes? You can still get the panels on. That's the only one I've seen them on, because I do like the clear ones and the clear pink ones. Gaming Vapor, no problem. I don't even believe you were late, Gaming Vapor. To be fair, I think your first comment was about 5 o'clock. So technically, you're not late. You were very early, but I do appreciate you. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, it was that one. Yeah. So yeah, that's a 8 ml little squonk bottle just there. I do like the stainless steel at the top. Nice. All clean and nice. Came up really well, this box mod. Extremely well. And that just goes in like that. So as you can see, there's a little thingy here. Now, this is what I did when I was unsoldering this bit from the switch, from the other side of the switch just there. I did catch it with my soldering iron and melted a bit of the box just there. But that was me. That wasn't like that when I got it. Are you rebuilding your RTA at the moment? Which RTA you rebuilding, Gaming Vapor? So yeah, and then the panels, obviously not my favourite colour panels, but as Lee did say, you can still get the panel kits, which I will probably, because I think the cheapest chips on there on the website, and I think I can pick up a whole set for like 15 quid or something like that. Blaze Pro Max. There we are. Nice and soft and squishy. Nice platform there. But like I said, I have had this completely stripped and cleaned because I did want to use this for today's build and chill. So that's the mod that I will be using, a bit of squonk action today. Like I say, I'm not a big squonk person, but I do like a squonk. I do like a squonk mod. So yeah, Pulse BF. Now, I don't know if this is, if anybody's ever had one of these. I've been watching some reviews, and I don't know if this is the V1 or a V2 or a second iteration of it. But I'm sure I've seen some that said it didn't have a ledge there for you to get your nail in to get the panels off. So I don't know if it was a revised frame or something, but I have seen some that hasn't got that little cutout there to obviously get your nails in to get your panels off. But yeah, it works. Everything I've tested it, it's working, it's firing, and it's doing good. Got everything right and soldered correctly, perfectly, probably better than what it was when it came out of the factory. But yeah, everything's clean and nice. So like I said, I'm gonna build on the Wasp Nano. That's what I'm gonna build on. Nice little 22mm little banger. Now, the coil that I want to make for this, now I've been so busy this week, I haven't had chance to practice any coils or anything. It feels too hollow. Right. I don't have one, Alex. Arias, yeah, that's another one that's on my list of things to get. Let's have another drink, guys. Cheers. So, like I said, I haven't had a chance to practice any coils because my brother from another mother, Aussie Cook, that's normally here, which you probably will pop in. So, Tim, thanks for being here. Yeah, V1 and V2 is totally different. In what way is it? Are they both still mechanical? Or is the V2 the one with the screen and everything, the chip? Like I said, I've never had one of these squonk mods because I'm not much of a squonk person. So like I was saying, Aussie Cook that normally comes in, he suggested a stitched alien. Now I did want to practice it, but didn't get round to practicing it. It can be a bit of a difficult one. Oh, the V2 has the screen, does it, Tim? Right. So I'll get you there so you can see what I'm doing. There, get everything mixed in. I have no idea. I didn't even know that they did a BF with a dual, Lee. I didn't even know that one. So anyway, like I was saying, I did want to practice a stitched alien, okay, which I am going to attempt, but I'm even going to throw myself even in the deeper end. I'm not going to do a 3-core stitched alien. I'm going to do a stitched Frailian because I think a Frailian will be nice and tasty in this Wasp RDA. So that is what I'm going to be building today. So it's a bit of new territory. It's either going to go great or tits up. If you know my streams, they can go tits up very, very quickly. I just want to get you in a good position. so you can see what I'm doing and everything that I'm doing. So like I say, stitched alien is what I'm going to be building today. I want a 28 gauge frame, obviously 0.3 ribbon. I want 3 pieces that I'm going to fold in half to make stitched, to make 6 pieces of ribbon stacked. Are really good. I haven't used N90 gaming vapor. Why is this jumping about? Stop jumping about. Stop jumping about. So I thought I might attempt a stitch. So because it's obviously a single coil, I'm not going to need too much of a build wire. So we'll see how the build goes. If not, I'll go on to after that. I'll do something else. I don't know, maybe a round wire build or something like that. But let's get on with the preparation for this, which is what I'm going to do now. I'm going to do my I can't even speak now. I can't even remember. I'm going to prepare my ribbon wire and the frame. I've got loads of decor here for what I will need. So I'm not going to be doing a decor in this film. No, actually, I will do a decor. That's the whole point of this film, is you see me do a decor. But if I mess up, obviously, with the stitch part, I've got plenty I can play with just there. But I will do that. It's only going to be a fairly small piece of wire that I'm going to be building, so the decor shouldn't take as long as I would be doing if I were doing a slightly bigger piece of wire. Let's get some more in there. So, Tim, if you're still in here, I have seen your posts on your hexomes. How are they going, my brother? I wish I had money for a hexome. I really do, because I really like their pink and black one that they've got at the moment. But I just don't have like 400 quid to drop money on. But I did. But like I said, I did see you post a couple of hexomes. Was it last week? I don't think it was this week. Was it last week? Or something like that. So that's another thing that I will eventually get in my collection, but it won't be anytime soon, because hexomes, they hold the money, even old ones. So even ones that are so many years old and considered retro now, still expensive. It's one of those mods that holds the value. So I do like this drip tip. It's very comfortable in the mouth, that. So I'm going to be using NI80 stealth wire as normal, 28 gauge frame, 0.3 ribbon. Yeah, the two V3s, yeah, they look awesome, they do, Tim. 0.3 ribbon, and then obviously I'm going to be using 36 gauge. Now I do have 38 gauge, but I'm going to be using my 38 gauge as the stitch that's going in. So I will be using some 38 gauge, but that's going to be my stitch. So if you're not familiar with how a stitched alien works, obviously you'll see in this video. So I've got my 36, I've got my ribbon. So I'm going to prepare my ribbon first. That's what I'm going to do. So I will need some pliers, some cutters to begin with. I will need my binoculars. It just helps me to see the wire a bit better, and my eyes are great. So that'll be that. Try not to get any turbulence with my mic. So I'm going to take some ribbon wire. So this is 0.2 ribbon wire. So if I show you just there, flat wire, ribbon wire, flat wire. If you're not familiar with ribbon wire, we did used to call it flat wire as well. And I will be using scissors rather than cutters, just scissors. I'll get a nice cleaner cut from the ribbon wire. So like I say, I'm going to need about 3 pieces. So I am going to cut that straggly end off just there, like so. And like I say, I use scissors because I get a cleaner cut from it. So I want 3 pieces of ribbon wire that I'm going to fold in half. That'll make 6 stacked. So I'll need twice as much wire because obviously I'm going to be bending it in half. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. It's a bit of a double-edged blade there, Alex. I mean, if you've known hexomes as long as I've known them, they've always been really, really good, really, really good mods. And at the end of the day, you get what you pay for, and it's one of those mods that is expensive to make. They're custom made as well. I mean, I'd love the pink one, and I would like a Grim Army one as well. I would actually like a Grim Army hexo as well. Yeah, it's 18650, but the dual 18650, Alex. I mean, don't get me wrong, a dual 21700 hexone would be sick, but I don't think that they do a 21700 hexone. So anyway, I need about 15 centimeters of probably ribbon wire, but I like to have extra for cutting, adding to the chuck, swivel and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do just slightly over, so about 32 centimeters of ribbon wire, 3 pieces, which is about 13 inches as well. Yeah, definitely, definitely. Yeah, true. That is true, Alex. You can probably get one even cheaper than that with the right person. I mean, I could probably make my own for a lot cheaper, for under £100, if I got the box and all the bits that I needed. So I'm not going to stretch my ribbon on my spool. I'm going to cut it and stretch it after, because I don't want to mess up any wire that's already on the spool. So I'm just going to quickly, so as you can see, they're not completely straight. And like I say, I don't want to pull it on the spool because I don't want to damage the wire that's already on there. It's different if it's round wire. Stretch away, you're not going to really upset anything else that's on the spool with round wire. So that's my second piece. And again, just about 32. So like I say, I like to have extra and everything just for chuck, cleaning them up, cutting them even and stuff like that. That's what I want. Oh, gaming vapor. Are you running in dual coil or single coil? Oh, you're giving me an idea there, because I have made a couple of mechs myself. Um, Lee Swetnam, I don't know if you've ever seen them. I do have a parallel 18650 and a series semi-mech, MOSFET mech that I made myself, that I have featured in a couple of my lives before. Let me get some more stuff. So I'm going to get a couple of pliers just to stretch my wire. So I'm going to get one end of my wire, and then I'm just going to pop it into my you got them at 6. Oh, dual 6. So yeah, Tim's about right. I'd say about 6. It depends if you want them slightly closer to you, slightly higher, slightly lower. If you want them slightly higher, go about 6.5, maybe 7. I can't remember when I built the recoil, whether I cut my legs at 6 or 7, to be fair. So I've put obviously my ribbon wire flat in, running my finger down because obviously I want it to be flat. I don't want it to be twisted in any way. And then very carefully, I'm just going to do that because I want to grab the other end with the other pliers like that. Making sure I'm holding nice and tight. And then all I'm going to do here is I'm just going to give it a slight tug, not a lot, much of a tug, just a slight tug without letting go of the wire one end. So let me try that again. So you've got to make sure you've got a really tight hold of your wire as well, because you don't want any inconsistencies in your ribbon as well. So again, let's try it again. So I'm holding it tight, pulling it taut, and just giving it a little tug, and then you end up with a straight piece of wire just there. So you get a bit of spit back. Oh, so that's a good point, Tim. Where are we? Are you using the coils that came with the recoil, or are you using somebody's coils, pre-made coils? So again, I'm just going to grab this wire, and I'm sorry I'm out of camera. I just want to do it so I'm nice and close. So there we are. I'm just holding it there, keeping it flat and nice, and keeping it nice and taut. Not to twist it in any way. Grab this end, and then again, just pull it tight, and then give it a little tug like that, and it'll straighten your ribbon wire like that. It just makes it a lot easier to handle when putting them together, stacking them and stuff like that. Just makes it easier if they're straight. Now if you've got slightly better wire, you might be able to get it off the spool straight off the spool. Slightly better wire, it'll come off probably a lot straighter, and you won't have to do this. But I do this just so it makes it a lot easier. Dion, thanks for joining, my brother. Give it a little pull, and that's my second ribbon just there. So let me see. We're Tofu 3-core aliens, right? Have you just woke up, Dion? Wow. Do you work night shifts or something, or you just fancied having a lazy day today? Cheers, everybody. Dion, everybody. That could also be down to your juice as well, Lee. Are you a dessert vapor, or are you a fruit vapor? Or you have sleep apnea? Okay. I've got friends, and my wife sort of suffers from sleep apnea, so I get you, brother. It's not a nice thing to have, especially if you're tired. So you grab all the naps or sleep you can get when you can. So now I'm going to stack my wire. Now some people use water, some people use spit. I don't like to use spit. I've just got an old Lucasade cap here with a sponge in that I've got base mix VG and PG. So have I missed something here? Let me have a quick look. So Lee, have I missed something? You said the machines are awful. Just in case I've missed a comment. So I apologise if I have. So I've just got some base mix. This just helps keep all your oh yeah. So a sleep apnea machine, what are they? They're like a CPAP machine or something like that that helps you breathe and stuff better to get you a better sleep. Like I say, it's not the best. So I'm just going to stack my wires. So I'm just going to bring this to my eye so I can see and just get them stacked. But you want them basically on top of each other and level. So it will be a bit fiddly at first just to get them stacked and all in place. So it can be fiddly, ribbon wire. First time using it, it can be fiddly. Like so. So I've got my wire stacked or roughly stacked on top of each other like that. So I use this, like I say, you can use spit, you can use water. I don't want to use spit. I've used water, it doesn't help. The slightly gooiness of the base mix VG and PG just helps stack them and keep them all nice and neat. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to wet my finger just slightly and then run my finger down the ribbon like that. And as you can see straight away, that ribbon's come together nicely on that side. Now I normally go out of camera for this bit, but I don't want to. So I'm just going to turn this around on this side, dip my finger again, and again, just going to run my finger down the ribbon wire like so. And again, that's kept it all nicely together. All right. All right. Yeah, some people don't get on with machines, especially when they're sleeping. I think it disrupts them more. Or makes people feel claustrophobic. So all I'm going to do here is I'm going to clean up these ends, hence why I like extra ribbon wire and stuff like that. It's just so I can clean up the ends to make them all nice and level and pointy. So again, just very careful with it. Run my finger down this very lightly so I don't move any ribbon wire out of place. And again, at this end, I'm going to do the same. I'm going to clean it up and make it all level and all flat as well. So they will go somewhere. So there we have. I've got my piece of ribbon wire all stacked and together using that VG and PG. Oh, right. Like I say, sleep apnea is not good. It is not good. It's a very bad thing, especially if you need sleep. So all I'm going to do now is I'm going to grab each end like that, and I'm just going to very carefully level them up at this end. Doesn't matter if they're not completely level, just make them roughly level. And then I'm going to very carefully slide my finger up like that, just to make a little point there. And as you can see, probably they're all stacked. Forgive the nails, guys, but yeah, they're all stacked just there. So Dion, today I was supposed to this week be practicing a stitched alien, and I haven't been able to practice anything. I've been too busy, so I haven't practiced a 3-core stitched alien. So just to make things even more exciting, I thought I'd do a stitched Fralian. So this is slightly new territory for me as well. So it's either going to work or not work. If the worst comes to the worst, it's going to end up being just a Fralian. So I'm going to use my smallest jig tool here, just at the end, just to give it a nice little point and to join them together. So keeping those stacked. Don't worry about this end at the moment. Just worry about getting this together and in a point. So again, I just want to very carefully pinch that around this little coiling jig like that, just to make the loop, and then run your fingers down like so. So don't worry about that at the moment. That's not a really big problem. You just want to make sure everything's nicely stacked and nothing has dislodged or anything. So let me have a quick look here, just making sure everything's nicely stacked, which it is, which is what I want. So here at this end, I'm going to use a mixture of wire and hot glue. Oh, you're on the Shy Tots Mango. I heard Shy Tots Mango is extremely nice, the Shy Tots Mango. It's probably one of those things that I will eventually try. So let me get you a bit closer so you can see. So what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to wrap some wire around it to bind it together. And then I'm going to use also some hot glue as well. So I do have a little piece of wire in here somewhere. So any wire I don't use, I do put it in here that I can't seem to pick up. So it's just scrap wire or end of alien bits that I'm not going to use, that I'll use for this. And that's if I can pick it up. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to bind this wire here like so. Definitely. Mango's one of them that is a very hard juice to get right. So all I'm going to do now is I'm going to very, very carefully without screwing up my wire too much is I'm going to wrap this together, keeping it all together, and I want it nice and tight. So I'm going to put a few wraps on there like so, like that. So sorry if I'm out of camera. I want to wrap it as much as I can. A few wraps on there like so. So let me just pull this up as well. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to bind that there like that. that's my first bit. And then I'm going to chop that off. Keep that just in case I need it. So now what I'm going to do, for a bit of added secureness, is I'm going to do a bit of hot glue. So I'm just going to flatten that a bit. So that's where I am so far with the wire. All right. And Licious is one that I want to try as well. I want to try is it their Neapolitan is what I want to try of theirs. So I know this is a bit long-winded, but working with ribbon wire, preparation is everything. You need a bit of preparation is what makes and breaks this sort of build. So I'm just using some normal glue gun, hot glue, that I'm going to heat up. So I'm just going to heat up a little bit of hot glue. I'll need to heat it up a bit more. Especially with this being a right thin ribbon as well, it's harder to see, obviously, with your eyes. Hence why I wear these sort of like binocular things on my eyes. So I'm just going to put a little bit of hot glue on there like that. So like that, I'm just going to put a little bit of hot glue on there just to secure it in. Give that a couple of minutes to dry. I'm going to blow some vapor on there because it's nice and cold. Gaming vapor. Yeah, I want to get into mixing my own juice with the new laws that are coming in this year. For the UK tax. So it's definitely something that I want to do myself, start doing myself, is juice. So that is nice and secure. So now that I've got my ribbon wire nice and secure at this end, come on, Henry, you either focus or you don't focus. So that's all my ribbon wire stacked. Like that. So now that I've got my ribbon wire all set, let's start off with my decor and then I can carry on with the rest of the preparation that I need to do for this build. So I need to do a decor, obviously like any other normal alien decor. So the way I've got my bits set up is I use a little table that I stick obviously on my bench here. You've seen me use it many times before. On here I use Daedalus Pro. Wow. 45. Well, that's what it's going to be more or less for us in the UK Gaming Vapor in October. That's basically what it's going to be for us. Some people or some companies have already dropped the bigger bottles, the 120 mils and all that, because it's going to be way too expensive. It's going to be like basically what it was like for juice back in the day, really, for me. Because when I started vaping, 120 mil juice could cost you anything from 40 to 60 quid. So it'd be like going back to the olden days, but obviously, as much as a retro vapor that I am, I don't want the prices to go back to what they were like back in the day. So, I have a quick vape on the turnstone. If you haven't tried anything from Early Bird, I recommend their company. Excellent company, and they're banging out some absolute bangers of devices at the moment. So Top-notch flavour. Excuse me. Top-notch flavour on that. Yeah, definitely. The prices are going to be absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it looks like you're already going through it already, but wow. I mean, for us gaming vapor here in the UK, I'm just going to turn my mic off for a second because I need to blow my nose and nobody needs to hear that. And I'm back. Yeah. It's getting absolutely ridiculous. I mean, for us here in the UK, we don't get our juices with nicotine in it if it's over 10 mils. So anything that's over 10 mils, we have to put our nicotine in separately here in the UK. So just for a 10 mil nic shot, it's going to cost you about 6, 7, 8 quid UK pounds here in the UK. Oh, how you liking it, Tim? I'm not much of a borrow user, but I'm so tempted to get the Sirin RBA. I mean, this is the only borrow mod that I've got, but I do want to get a decent borrow mod to obviously put a decent bridge in. But to say I'm not a borrow user, I am very tempted on the Sirin. Right. Yeah, here in the UK, anything over 10 mils of e-liquid comes without nicotine. So you have to buy a nicotine shot for it separately and put your nicotine in. Good old TPD here in the UK, which is stupid, really, because I think juice for me changed after the TPD. Juice didn't taste great without it pre-nicked. So I do have this just clamp that I use to clamp my drill on. I am using a Daedalus Pro drill because this is what I've got here. If you've got just a normal cordless drill, use that as long as it's got a forward and backwards and a speed rotator. I'm using my flat chuck as well, just keeps everything nice and parallel. I did learn a little trick off Aussie Cook as well, one of my viewers, to put obviously your frame slightly longer than your ribbon wire and then obviously clamp them in, which has been working good for me, but I just do it just slightly different. So I use that on there just to lock everything in nice and tight. Let me get rid of any wire from previous builds that I've done. So I'm just going to get rid of that wire. If you see me throwing stuff underneath my bench, guys, there is a bin. As you can see there, I do have a bin. So yeah, that's me chuck. It opens up, it's got teeth in it, brilliant. Cost me 30 quid from France, nice and easy. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to quickly measure how much ribbon wire I've got, just so I can have more frame wire to go around it. So, because I want extra, obviously, for chuck and everything to do my decor on. 60, about. So I'll do about 25 centimeter. Where are we? No, I don't. So I want about 40, just over 40 centimeters of 28 gauge for my frames. I don't know. You probably have to ask other people in the comments or other people that are watching that uses borrow mods. What's a good, cheaper alternative? Because for me, it was the Pulse. AIO, but they don't make. Tony B doesn't make them anymore. This was a nice, affordable borrow mod to do, but I don't, because I don't have many borrow mods. I don't know what's cheap and cheerful. So anybody in the comments, can you help Gaming Vapor with what's nice and cheap and cheerful? So Tim, you don't use borrows as well. There's loads out there. There's more than I can imagine that's out there. Tony, Dion, sorry. You don't use borrows. A quick Gaming Vapor, a quick Google search might be good. A nice, cheap, affordable borrow mod, but you can get some that are less than £100. I know that for sure. To start off with. So 28 gauge again, NI80 wire. I want about over 40, so I'll do but do about 43. So it's round wire, soft wire. I'll just give it a little tug so it gives a bit. Get a nice straight piece of wire. I will use my cutters for this, so make sure I want over 40 on there. So there we are. I've got my piece of 28 gauge. I'm going to be doing my decor off this as well, and obviously using it as my frames for my stitched part. Jeevan, thanks for coming, my brother. Nova. Oh, thank you, Jeevan. Aspire Ragger. So there's a good one. I believe the Ragger is quite good. And yeah, that's another one. Any non-DNA chipped borrows will obviously be a lot more cheaper. Definitely a lot more cheaper. So with my 28 gauge just here, I'm going to put a little L in it. Like that. So all that's going to help is it's going to help with mounting my wire when doing the decor. And let me just straighten that back out again because I haven't bent it far enough down. So yeah, so one of the reasons why I like extra wire and stuff like that, it always helps. And when I get to my ribbon wire as well, I will be cutting the ends flush as well. So this just have a center point that the wire lays in. So to keep your wire nice and center. So I'm just going to pop that in there and lock that in nice and tight like that. So this end I'm going to do exactly the same. I'm going to stick an L in there like that. So I'm just going to let that hang for just 1 second. So my swivel setup that I've got is just a bench vise, piece of wood and some swivels. I've got some ball bearing swivels here, some dual rotating ball bearing swivels just there. So they rotate at both ends, this side and this side. And these were recommended to me by Kevin Freeman, the coil magician. So if you don't follow him, go follow him. He makes pre-made coils if you don't follow him already. So he suggested these dual rotating stainless steel ball bearing swivels. They have to be ball bearing for them to be good enough. Teeter are good as well. Yeah. So go with what, Gaming Vapor? Have I missed something a bit here? croc swivels. No, these are Cedra swimming fishing swivels, heavy duty sea fishing swivels, and so far they've been the best swivels I've got so far, because I did get some swivels and they were shit. They failed after a bit. So what I'm doing is I'm just loading my, let me just move you there. I'm just loading my wire into my swivel. So I've got obviously my L in there that I've bent over, pushing this way away towards my drill, and then just wrapping that leg wire just in there like so. Just to lock that in. And then I'm just going to pull my clamp really tight. Now that's got a bit of leeway in there. So Jeevan, I get my wire from Stealth Vape here in the UK. Really good wire, affordable wire, and really good wire is what I use. Stealth Vape and NI80. Really good wire. I mean, if I had the money, I would get a lot more expensive wire to use. But because I'm not selling my coils, obviously this is the best wire that's affordable for me and obviously to vape on. So it's not very tight, this core wire. I'm going to spin my drill just to make sure that my swivels move, which they do. So the good thing about these swivels is I can hold them and they'll still spin, which is brilliant because I've never had swivels like that before that spin so freely. So a big shout out to Kevin Freeman for recommending that to me. So if you ever catch one of my videos, big shout out to you. So I've got my core wire mounted to do my alien decore on. I'm just going to give it a quick measure to see what I've got, which is about perfect. Now I'm not going to need a lot of this, all this wire done with decore. I only need a little bit amount. So let me just quickly measure this. So this is about 50, just over 14 centimeters. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do about 20 centimeters or just over 20 centimeters of decore on this. And then obviously slide it off. And then I've got my decore. And then I'll get my frames and everything set up with that and get it mounted. And then we'll go from there. Yeah, fuse claptons are easy. It's when you get into builds like this that can be complicated, but it's all basically preparation, especially with ribbon wire. It is preparation. If you have good preparation, your coil will come out a lot better. So cheers, guys. Again, I'll have a quick drink. Quick vape. I know I'm very slow at what I'm doing, but I like to obviously explain the best way I can what I'm doing. And then obviously if anybody has any questions in between, obviously I can answer any questions. I'd probably say so, yeah. It's probably just as good as a 3-core alien. There probably won't be much of a difference with a 4-core, but you have more surface area and more grooves for juice to go in. So I would say, yeah, they are a slightly bit more tastier, but for me, I do like aliens, but since I started making Fralians with ribbon wire, it's just a complete game changer of an alien Fralian, should I say, and tastes a lot better than an alien does a Fralian. Because obviously with your ribbon wire, there's a lot more crevices and grooves for juice to flow in and heat up and get nice and flavorful. So there will be a slight difference with a 4-core Alien, but it'll just taste just as good as any 3-core Alien. So let me get you in close so you can see what I'm doing. Let's get you manually focused in because it just works better. Manually focusing. Which is about there. So I've got you locked in just there. So you can see the wire, a little bit sticking out obviously for mounting my D-core wire. So my D-core I will be doing with 36 gauge, and then the stitch will be 38 gauge. So with any Alien wire, when you're doing your D-core, you want to be doing your D-core wrap the opposite way you're comfortable wrapping. So I like to wrap over the top when I'm doing Aliens, Fuse Claptons or anything. I like wrapping over the top. So your D-core, you have to do the opposite way. So I'll be wrapping my D-core from underneath. Now, if you're opposite, you like to wrap from underneath, do your D-core the opposite way over the top. You have to do your D-core for your Alien, any Alien, whether it's an interlock, a normal Alien, or a stitched Alien. Your D-core has to be wrapped the opposite way round to how you're going to do your final wrap. Okay, so I don't use clockwise and anti-clockwise because I'm left-handed and my chuck's on the opposite side to where some people have it on the other side. So I don't do clockwise or anti-clockwise because depending on which side you have your drill, left-handed or right-handed, anti-clockwise and clockwise means nothing because it's completely the opposite. So I hope that hasn't confused you. So I'm going to be wrapping this from underneath. So I'll stick my wire underneath, obviously, and then mount it onto this here. Try and get this. So it is 28 gauge, so this little bit on the outside is a bit more flimsier than a 26 gauge piece. But all you want to do is just lock that in there. That's all you want. And then your core wire, the good thing about this chuck is I can slam it all the way to the end. So when you're doing your D-core wire, you're just doing it like you would do a normal Clapton, 90-degree angle, nice, clean, close wraps to each other. If you make a mistake and go back on yourself, it's the only time of an Alien you can go back and correct it. On your final wrap, if you mess up, you just have to carry on. So I hope that isn't confusing anyone. So let's get going. 90-degree angle, nice and tight, and I want round about 20 centimeters of D-core. It's always good to have extra D-core than what you need, just in case you mess up, but you also need more D-core than your final wire. So whatever your wire is, you need a good another half portion, I would say, or just slightly over your final wire. So let's get started. So as you can see, this part is just a normal Clapton. You're just doing a normal Clapton wire. So I've messed up, guys. I have messed up royally. I've messed up big time. So don't listen to what I've just said because it's completely wrong, what I've just said to you. Because I am using 6 pieces of ribbon stacked with a 28 gauge frame, it is thicker than a 3-core 28 gauge Alien. So I've messed up here completely. I don't want to be doing my D-core off a piece of 28 gauge Alien. I want to be doing my D-core off a piece of 26 gauge because obviously it's slightly thicker. So the math is with the ribbon wire and the frames, the width of the wire in measurements comes out to around about a 3-core 26 gauge Alien. So this is when the math changes of doing your D-core. So you don't want to do your decore off a piece of 28 gauge. I want to be doing my decore off a piece of 26 gauge. So that is me, that's just messed up and giving wrong information to you lovely people. So throw that away. It's a good job I didn't do a whole decore in it, really. So let me just chop this wire off because I shouldn't be making this decore off a piece of 28 gauge. I've got it completely wrong. I need to be doing it off a piece of 26 gauge. So like I say, the way the math works, three pieces of 0.3 ribbon wire stacked on the side comes to one piece of 28 gauge. Now, because I've got twice as much, it's like doing a 4-core 28 gauge alien. So I need to be doing my decore for slightly thicker wire. So I don't want to be doing it off a 28 gauge. Now, if I were just using 2 pieces of ribbon wire, which is slightly bigger than a 3-core alien, then I would do it off a piece of 28 gauge. But that's where I've gone wrong. So I need a piece of 26 gauge to do my decore on. Now I hope I haven't confused you guys doing that and messing up, but it's just the name of the game, unfortunately. So again, I want about the same piece of wire that I had of 28 gauge. No, I don't. No, I don't, because I'm not going to fold it. You see, I'm getting it wrong already. So what I want is I want around about a 25 centimeter piece of wire, because obviously I'm not using this bit for my frames. I don't need a piece as long as I did before. So sorry if I've confused you all, I apologize. So I need to be doing my decore off a slightly thicker piece of wire. So I'm going to do just slightly over, because obviously for core and swivel and all that chuck, I want a slightly bigger piece. So like I say, I hope I haven't confused you guys there. Obviously with the decore, I apologize. So again, same again, I just want to put a little L in there for wire mounting purposes. Let me just clean this squiggly bit just there, like that. So I've got that out. So again, mount my piece of 26 gauge in there with a little L in there, obviously for the wire that I want to mount. Center point is in the chuck, so I've got nothing to worry about there. Again, this side I'm going to stick an L in there just for mounting on the swivel. You see me mount the wire to the swivel. You don't need me to show you again how to mount wire on a swivel. So again, I'm just going to do the same with this piece of wire, pushing this way towards the swivel, and then obviously mounting that wire and locking it in and folding it round. And then putting my vise a bit tighter, like that. So I have got some movement in the wire as I wanted to. My swivels are all moving as they should, like that. So let's start again, guys. Let me try that again. So 36 gauge wire. There we are, 36 gauge again. So again, mind wrapping it opposite way to my final wrap. So let's get back to where we were when I was doing the decore. or a Clapton that I'm going to decore. So again, just going to mount that and lock that on in here. Like that. You just want it nicely mounted in there and locked in. Again, I can slam it all the way to the chuck, 90-degree angle, opposite way round. Let's get going. So again, I want just about 20 centimeters or so of decor. And hopefully my mic is drowning out the sound of the drill. So at this stage, you're just doing like you would like a normal Clapton wire. So different drills will probably be a lot quicker than what this is. This is what I have. So it might take just slightly longer because it doesn't spin extremely fast, but it does go at a high speed. So I could have messed up the build royally there if I hadn't realised the mistake that I've just done. So again, if you mess up at this stage or go back on yourself, just correct yourself. It's the only time of the alien you can do that. And again, I just want to keep an eye on everything. And just make sure I've got plenty of decor to play with. So I'm just going to stop there and just quickly measure how much decor I have there. So I've got about 13 centimeters. I need more. Keep this going. Appreciate all you guys that are still in here. I appreciate you guys. Love you all. Appreciate the support. Don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe button, comment and share. All helps the channel. Nightbot's doing its round with the Buy Me a Coffee link. If you wish to do so, keeps me behind the camera. Any donations will be pumped straight back into the channel. But you're not obligated to do so. It just helps out a bit to bring you good content. So I know I'm off camera, guys. I don't need to go into too much detail about how to do a Clapton. But what I will do is bring you up slightly like that, so you can see what I'm doing. So I want more or less this wire's length of decor. And then obviously take into consideration there's going to be a bit of spring back as well after I've chopped the wire or the leg. So let me just have a quick check. That's about right. I'll keep going. I'll go to the end of this wire. Like I say, I'd rather have extra than not have any. I need it. And like I say, I'm going to get a bit of a recoil back as well. So I'm more or less at the end. I'm not right at the end, but I'm more or less at the end. I'm going to leave a fairly big leg on here. And as you can see, it did spring back about 1 centimetre. And that's just what you've got to be careful with. So like that. So I don't need any more of my 36 gauge. So I'm going to pop that away. So as you saw there, when I snipped it, when it was more or less at the end, it did recoil back a bit. It's not a problem. I'm going to chop this end on, leaving a leg obviously. and then you want that, obviously, that decore to slide. So you see how that's sliding to the end there, and then obviously sliding back to the end. That's what you want. You want your decore to slide off that core wire. So hence why I don't hold my spool too tight when I'm doing my decore, excuse me. So I'm just going to snip this end, carefully pull my decore off. So that's my decore. So I do have extra decore for the in my pot just there. So if I do mess up, I've got more chances to mess about and play about. I won't waste this wire. This wire will get used for something else, like so. Right. So let me quickly measure around about what I've got here, which is about where I want it. Like I say, I'd rather have extra than not enough. So let's go back to a little bit of preparation. Now this isn't locked, so let me unlock it. So let me go back to a bit more preparation because I messed up a bit slightly. So 28 gauge piece of wire that I had is going to be my frames. So again, I'm going to do exactly the same thing what I did with the ribbon wire. I'm going to fold it in half like this, making sure the ends are more or less together like I did with the ribbon wire, like so, and then push up like that to make a little loop. I'm going to use this little tool here just to help get that bending slightly, like that. So that's basically what I've got. Now, don't worry too much that it's overhanging and stuff. Don't worry about that just at the moment. So what I want to do now is mount this round the outside of my ribbon wire. So earlier on, I did prepare the ribbon wire. So now what I want to do is I want to make sure this end is cut flush. So these end pieces are nice and flush, which is what I'm just going to do here, is cut them flush like that. So that is flush. Let me bring you down a bit closer here so you can see what I'm doing. So with my frame, which is my 28 gauge, which is what I'm framing on the outside of these ribbon wires, is I want to put obviously the 28 gauge on the outside of that ribbon wire, just there like that. So I'm just going to use this little tool here just to help me get that flat there like that. And then I'm just going to pinch that slightly, keeping that all nice and straight and pinched together like so. So again, with this preparation is key and is very important to the build. So again, I'm just going to squeeze that together, keeping everything nice. With my piece of scrap wire, I'm going to bind again. So I'm just going to slide a bit in there and then wrap that around there, but then I want to press it so I get a nice tight wrap around there, which is what I'm going to do there, and then I'm going to wrap that round there like so. Again, a few wraps, nothing special. I just want to lock that into the frame wire to lock into the ribbon wire. So I'm just going to click that flat like that, which is perfect. I'm not going to use any hot glue at this stage. I just want to secure that frame wire on the outside. And then again, I'm just going to take that off there like that. So that is my frame wire. So that's how you want it. Your ribbon wire stacked and then your frame on the outside. I'm going to run my fingers down like so. So I will end up doing this a couple of times. I want that ribbon wire obviously in between that ribbon wire. So you will have to slide your finger down a couple of times like so. Now, if you get problems this end with your ribbon wire, just give it a little wriggle and you should be good. So what I want to do this side is I want to bind this side as well. So I've got two longer legs just there. I want those longer legs, but obviously I don't want it that long. So let me just clean that up a little bit shorter like that. And again, preparation is key with this one, so don't rush it. Obviously, you don't want to rush your preparation as you've spent a lot of time obviously doing your preparation. And what I want to do here slightly is make this hole a little bit bigger. I just want to pop this jig through there like that and use that to help pull to keep everything nice and straight and uniformed like so. And then on this end I'm going to do exactly the same. I'm going to bind it with some wire and use some hot glue. Now last time I did this I didn't put hot glue on this end, I just bound it and I had issues. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bind it and then I'm going to hot glue it as well. So I'm just going to hold some wire in there and then I'm going to again wrap round this just to lock this in. So it doesn't matter how many times you wrap it round, just as long as you wrap it round just to keep it together and nice. Like I say guys, preparation is key. And again, because I've got a little bend in there for some reason, I'll do the same. I'll run my fingers down just to make sure, and again wrap a few more lengths round there like that and give it a nice pull. That is true, Lee. That all plays a part. It's not just your coil, it's what you're using it in and stuff like that can also make a difference. So as you can see, I've got that there. I'm just going to use my pliers just to flatten that down just slightly. I'm going to take these ends off like that and the ends off like that. Now I am going to hot glue this end as well. Now I didn't do this last time with my last stream, but it did mess up on me, so I will be hot gluing this end as well, just for extra precaution. It might be to some people a bit of overkill, but it helps me obviously in the building stage here, and it just helps keep everything nice and bound and together. So give that a couple of seconds to dry off. Blow some vapor at it. To cool it down a bit. Just want this little flimsy bit here out of the way. Give it a little touch, give it a couple of more minutes. Like I say, preparation is everything. So you're rewicking your Emperor as well. Very nice tank, I've got to admit. So there we are. That is my wire all prepped. So as you can see here at this end, I've got my ribbon stacked with my 28 gauge on the outside, like that. All the way down to the end, it's all the same. And then again, this end, I've bound it where the ribbon wire is with wire and hot glue, but I've left few extra pieces of the frame wire leading out, just so I can use my flat chuck. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tidy this up slightly and just cut this just a little bit shorter. So there we are. So I've still got this end sticking out like that. Are you using the series deck, Alex, or are you just using the normal deck and putting a series coil in? It can be scary a bit, Lee, but as long as you do your research on obviously what type of series it is, whether it's a normal or a hybrid, like you said, the Noisy Cricket hybrid, hybrid and stuff, you just got to know if you're using a series mech, you got to make sure that your build resistance is 0.3 and above. If you're new, I'd probably say 0.4 and above resistance in ohms for using series. You can't build low on a series, and you've got to make sure you're putting the right thing if it's a hybrid series as well. Right. With normal coils. Yeah, just to double your resistance, in it, really. So like you say, you can use it on a mech mod. So let me bring you over here again so you can see what I'm doing. Let me get you locked in. Yeah, locked in. There we are. So I'm going to mount my prepared wires into my flat chuck. Now, because I'm using my flat chuck, I don't want to be putting my ribbon wire in the flat chuck, because if I put my ribbon wire in the flat chuck, it's going to flatten it and make it all distort and everything, and that's what I don't want to do. But like I say, a viewer, if he's not watching or jumps in, Aussie Vapor, showed me this little trick where these bits are slightly longer to put in your chuck, but not your ribbon wire. So this is what I've been trying, and it's been working perfectly for me. So I just want to roughly center it, obviously making sure that I'm not catching any of the ribbon wire whatsoever. I'm just catching the frame wire, which I believe it has. So Right, let me get some manual focus here. So that is a little bit better. So let me lock in a bit more focus. So about there is what I want. So as you can see, I'm right close up to there, but no ribbon wire is in the chuck. It's just those two pieces of frame that's in the chuck. So again, I'm just going to make sure that that's locked in tight, which it is. So I will zoom you out just a little bit so you can see me mount the other piece to my swivel. So just going to open that. I'm going to pop that through there like that. So like that. So I'm just going to carefully lock that in. So I've got that locked in and nice and tight. And then I'm just going to, again, just pull my table vise nice and taut. I don't want it too tight. I want it to still have a bit of give in it. There we are. So that might be... So for me, that's just slightly too tight. So I'm just going to release my drill just slightly. Just to give it that slight little bit more slack, which I've got there. So key rings, I'm going to use key rings just to keep everything straight and flat. It's just a little tip that I have. If you haven't got key rings, you can use snap clips, paper clips, and snap clip pieces of Lego you can use as well. Lego's good to use. Just to put on, just to keep everything nice and flat. So this is just an extra precaution. Obviously, when you're doing your final wrap or the alien part, just keeps everything nice and flat there. All right, come on, let's get you focused. There we are, all focused. So the keyring will just help keep everything nice and flat. And then obviously as I'm coming down with the build, I'll move this across. But yeah, that's basically how I want it there. So all that is set up now. So let's get to obviously the stitch and the stretch. So with a stitched alien, obviously you have your decor the way you have it basically there, like that. You've got your decor there. So with your stitch, you put a thinner wire through the center of that. So it's poking out one end. And then obviously you do your stretch with your wire that's in the center, which gives you that stitch effect. So hence why I didn't do my outer wrap with 38 gauge. I wanted the 38 gauge to be the stitch. So let me pop you just there. let me get this focus a little bit better, which is like that. So I've got my normal decore there. So what I'm wanting to do is I'm wanting to thread a wire through the end of there, that little hole. Thread it in until it pokes out at that end, which is what I'm going to be doing with 38 gauge wire. So it can be really fiddly at this point, but stick with it. Like I say, I haven't had a chance to practice this, so it's either going to go good or not go good at all. But we'll see how it goes. So I have cut this with scissors just so I get a cleaner cut at the end. So what I'm going to do is very carefully, I'm going to grab this wire. I'm going to get the end of this. Looks like I will need my slightly zoomed in lens for this. So I'm going to get my zoomed in lens just so I can see it better. Alright, can I see extremely close with this? So yeah, so I've got my binoculars on, or my magnifiers on, just so I can see this go down the center of this. So it can be awkward at first. Obviously my eyes are great, hence why I'm using these binoculars. So you need to have a really extremely good eye for this as well. Which I am struggling with slightly. Lexi. So this is like trying to thread a needle, this. There we are. And I've got it going. Right, guys. So I've got it started. Just slightly off camera because I couldn't see, or I couldn't get it in. Lexi. Right, just give us a minute, guys, because my dog is having a conniption here. Right, guys, I'm back. My dog is wearing a cone and it's going a bit nuts because it's got a poorly ear. So now that I've got this piece of 38 gauge started to go getting threaded through the center of this decore, I want it to thread it, and obviously until it comes out the other end. So as soon as I see it pop out the other end, we should be good. So take your time with this stage, don't rush it. So it hasn't come out the end yet. Just very carefully thread it through, and then what I'll do is I'll eventually pop out the other end. So as you can see there, it's popped out the other end there, that piece of wire that I've threaded through, the piece of 38 gauge that I've threaded through. So what I want to do is, I want it threading through quite far. So as you can see here, is the piece of 38 gauge slid down the center of that D cord just there. So all I'm going to do here is, obviously with the tail of the D cord just here, I am going to secure these two wires together, because obviously I don't want them coming apart, obviously when it comes to the stretch. So I haven't practiced this build, guys, so I don't know if this is going to come out good or if it's going to come out tits up. But like I say, if you've watched my lives before, you know how quick they can mess up. So like that, I've just secured that tail end to obviously this piece of 38 gauge just here on this side, keeping this side there. So with the stretch, I'm going to do the stretch more or less the same way. I'll show you how I do this stretch, but I can't tell you exactly how to do this stretch. It's one of those things with aliens. It's something you're going to have to play with. I can't say stretch it to this length of wire, stretch it to that length, because every bit of wire is different, and every length of wire that you're going to be building is also a different length. So I can't say take this wire and bend and stretch it to so many centimeters or so many inches. I can't tell you that. It's just something you're gonna have to mess about and play with yourself. So you do your stretch like you would do a normal alien without the stitch. You just do the stretch the normal way, same sort of corkscrew spiral that you will be doing. So again, I have attached it to there like I would normally. So let me swivel you around a bit. There we are, guys. So preparation is a big one. With this one, it's not only ribbon wire, but it's also stitched as well. So I brought you in like this so you can see me stretch it, because I am going to have this wire spool also attached while I make the stretch as well. Obviously leaving a slight bit of extra wire as well just for the stretch. But yeah, like I say, long one, 2 hours in, and like I say, this preparation is key, and you can't skip these steps, because then everything's just going to go completely tits up, like I said. Excuse me. So cheers, guys. This is a really nice mini egg stout. Lexi, come on. I know, but you can't have the cone. You can't have your cone off, otherwise you're gonna mess up your ear. So my doggy there's got a cone on it. It's got something wrong with his ear. Got something wrong with her ear. So she's obviously a bit uncomfortable, but I can't take the cone off. Otherwise she's going to damage her ear scratching it. So you might hear some noises in the background. It's from the doggy. She's trying to scratch her ear. Yeah, it is. She's on tablets and cream. Come on, here we go. I know. She's on tablets and cream, but we can't let her scratch her ear, otherwise she's going to end up with no ear at all. She will calm down if she gets too thingy. So, not this one that you can see now, the black one with the cone, she's 12. And then this little one here, she's 8. Coco's 8. So Lexi, she's pretty old. Where are you? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. I know. There you go. Here she is. She's got a cone on and doesn't want to hurt her ear. It's okay. It's okay. So she is on tablets and cream. But obviously it's irritating to her. Yeah, definitely. Right, come on. Lay down. Lay down. Come on. I know it's irritating, but I can't take your cone off you. If I could take your cone off you, I would take your cone off you. Right, guys. So let's get on with... Yes, me too as well. We love dogs. So, what I'm going to do here is... Obviously, I've got this wire, the 38 gauge as well, which I'm going to have to hold as well. And obviously extend while I stretch. So my little tab that I normally have on my decals, I still have on this side, which I will pull and then obviously increase the length of my wire as I pull, because obviously I want that wire in between. And like I say, I can't tell you how to stretch it. It's one of those things you're just going to have to play around with an alien. If you can stretch an alien decal, you should be all right doing this with a stitch. So again, I'm just going to grab the tail end of the decal and pull while extending, obviously, this wire as well. And I want a sort of like a corkscrew. Sort of look to it. And it will spring back and recoil a bit. I'm just going to let it do its thing just here. Now I do have extra wire here, which I want to keep, which I should have maybe thought about previously. So my alien decal part ends here. So in case I need a pinch or a stretch, obviously I want a bit of extra wire. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to do a good length of wire extra hanging over, and then I'm going to let this. Now it does look a bit wavy, and it will look a bit wavy because obviously when there's not a wire in there, it's going to spiral and recoil a bit. But because that wire's there, obviously it's going to be a bit wavy. Don't worry about that. Right, where's the end of this wire? There we are. Come on, Lexi, I know. You've got to let your antibiotics do its thing. So, let me just quickly show you what I've got here. So I've got my alien wire like I would normal stretch, which is like that. Still room in there for a little bit of stretch, hence why I've left extra wire poking out the end of that decore. And again, it's just one of those things where you have to be careful. I'm working with a carpet, so I've got to be careful of snagging and stuff. So what I'm going to do very, very carefully is with this tail end here, I'm going to cut it off because I don't want it to snag or cut, or I want as less snagging as possible. So I've taken a bit of the tail end there off there. I've got extra wire there just in case I've got a bit of a stretch. I'm going to very careful let this wire just go and let it fall on the floor. Now it's not that long, so I don't have to put it underneath my chair. I should be all right. So let me get you back to here. Come on, Lexi. I know, baby. So let me get you out here, back to there. Let me get you zoomed and correct there. So that's where I'm starting from. I'm going to very carefully grab this end of the wire. So I'm not too worried about that bit just there. That's not a problem. I am going to clean it up just slightly on the end just here. There we are. Come on, Lexi. 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 It's all right. It's all right. I know it's irritating you. But I can't let you scratch your ear off. So, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to carefully move this down. I want to just split this wire just to thread it. So I'm going to very carefully, or I'm going to try and do it very carefully by using my I was going to use my nail, but there we are. So I've got that piece locked up in there. So I'm just going to use that just to push to the end. So like with any other alien that you make, your first couple of wraps are going to determine whether you need an extra pinch on it or not. Aussie Cut, thanks for joining, mate. Thanks for joining, Aussie Cut. Yeah, so I'm sort of doing I don't know how long you've been in the chat, but I've been obviously doing the stitch. I'm doing a stitched Fralian. Now, I've had a chance to practice this. Aussie Cook, I did give you a shout out earlier. I haven't been able to practice the stitched alien. So I thought, why not even go that extra length and do something I've never done, and that is a stitched Fralian. So I've thrown myself a bit into the deep end here, Aussie Cook. But this build is inspired by you. Saying, have I ever done a stitched alien? So like I say, I haven't even practiced this or anything, so it's a matter of if it's going to work, if it's not going to work. But yeah, just chilling. If you get a chance, get to see the beginning of the stream to find out what was in the box, and we'll go from there. So I'm having a quick drink and a quick vape, and then we'll get going. tasty. Right, let's get going. So it's like doing any other alien, only you've got a wire running through the center of it. My first couple of wraps is going to establish whether I need a pinch, which it looks like I'm definitely going to need some sort of pinch on there, just to get me going. I'm not going to be going too fast. I'm going to be going nice and steady and slow, and we'll go from there. So first couple of wraps, you're just establishing whether you need a pinch or not, which I definitely need a pinch on there. Make sure your drill is going in the opposite direction to what you were doing your decore. So I've switched my thingy over to the opposite side. Oh, sweet Aussie cut. So yeah, I'm just going to establish my pinch. So I definitely need a lot more of a pinch on there. Let me get my... So I've just gone straight into the deep end Aussie cut. Like I said, I haven't had a chance to practice it, so it's either going to go extremely well or extremely tits up. But we'll see how it goes. That's a lot better. Right. So what I'm going to do is I need a bit more of a stretch on this wire. So I'm going to very carefully grab the end and stretch it a little bit more, just to make it easier. Just to make it easier for me. So again, I'm just going to grab this slightly small tab that I'd left on. There we are, that's worked. And then I'm just going to give it a little bit more of a tug. Hopefully not messing up my wire that I've just prepared there. But let's give this a stretch. There we are. So hopefully that hasn't messed up my core wires in my drill. Let's just put this in a way. No, I haven't. Right. Again, let's start off again, guys. So, like any other alien, you want to be slightly ahead of the game. And as you can see, I've messed up there. So I started off all right, but yeah. So again, I'm just going to carry on. So I'm going very slow. I'm not going fast. I want to be able to end up with a decent build at the end of it all. So let me just stop there, because I'm ending up with a situation here. So I'm bunching up on this end here. So it's not gonna come out good, because I didn't get my stretch perfect. Right, there we are. So guys, I've messed up. Where are we? Here. Can you see just there? Now, I don't... Well, I probably could actually. Let me have another look here. I might just get away with it, maybe. There's only one way to find out. Yeah. So, yeah. My wire's bunched up, so that hasn't worked at all. So my preparation for this decor did not work. So I'm not going to mess around and waste time. So I do have spare decors. Right, I've messed up that decor. So I'm going to try again. That is the name of the game. So I do have spare decors in here for what I'm using. So I'm just going to grab one of these. So I'm just looking through now. I'd like to say I do have other decors. I'll use that one and save that one. That one's slightly shorter. Right. So again, guys, I'm not going to show you anything special. You've seen what I'm doing or how I've attached my stitched alien in there. So getting warm a bit as well, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take my hoodie off. Well, like I've said earlier on, Aussie Cook, if it doesn't work out, it's just going to end up being a Frailian. But let's see how it goes. I'm not going to give up on the first hurdle because, like I said, I haven't been able to practice anything. So I'm going at this a tiny bit blind, but that's the name of the game. I'm not going to give up on the first hurdle. So I'm just getting some 38 gauge again. I'm just going to take off the bits that are Lexi. Come on, baby. I know it's irritating. So again, I'm just going to take my 38 gauge and I'm going to thread it through. In normal situations, you'd probably use a thinner wire, like a piece of 40 gauge or something like that. I'm working with what I've got. Oh, nice one. And I'm knocking things over as well. So apologise, guys. I just had it in threaded and then it came back out. So I'm sorry, guys, if I'm slightly off camera. Come on, Lexi. I know you're struggling. So it's just getting that first bit of wire in there, in the centre. And it's like threading a needle. And if your eyesight's not great like mine, it's going to take a few attempts to get that wire in there, which I have now. Right, so I've got my wire threaded in there. So what I'm going to do is, like I did before, I'm going to keep threading it until it pops out the other end. So being very careful, keeping my eye out, which I have. So as you can see there, the wire has come out the opposite end. I don't want it out that far. I just want it out far enough so I can secure these end together. So the tail end of the D core and the wire that I've put through. You mean the stitched wire as well, Aussie Cut? Do you give that a little tug as well, is what you're saying? I'll have to give that a try. I know, Lexi, I know. I know. So there, I've secured my wire this side. I'm just going to give this end a slight stretch. And that's without undoing the wire, which I've just done. So let me do that again. Twist the end. So this bit for me is extremely fiddly. And I'm sorry if I'm off camera as well, guys. I'm really, really sorry. But yeah, let me just secure that in there like that. That's perfect. So I'm going to, again, I'm going to mount this into here. And one thing I didn't do which I've messed up slightly now is having somewhere to pull. There we are. Got a little leg just there. So I'm going to stretch this again. With this piece on, and again I'm just going to do it exactly the same way I did before. And then leaving a bit of extra wire. Give it a nice stretch there. And then, like Aussie Vapor said, I'm just going to give this 38 gauge a bit of a stretch as well. And all I've done with that is I've just pulled on the 38 gauge. So I've let that go. I probably shouldn't have let that go, but let it do its thing, because it'll probably swivel and stuff like that, which is not a problem. So very, very carefully, I'm just going to pick this wire up very, very carefully. There we are. So I'm back on camera, guys. So let me find my end, which is about there, with a bit of extra wire on there, which is what I want. Hopefully I've got this stretched perfectly, I'm hoping. So hopefully I should be able to just thread, this should thread. Yeah. Yeah, I think what I did with the first one, Aussie Cut, was I got a bit tangled as well with the decor. I'm probably holding it too tight, and then obviously it's not. Obviously it's stretching and then messing up as well on me. So again, I'm just going to carefully separate. Separate this wire, and then I'm just going to nudge that up to the top there. Right guys, let's start again and hope for the best on this one. Right, we are in. Again, I'm just going to establish if I do need a slight pinch, or I've got my stretch just right. So I've got a bit of a stretch on there, or a bit of a pinch, should I say. We just want to very carefully, or try and very carefully, because I've messed up. So all I've got to make sure really is I've got enough for one coil, and I'm good. So I'm finding this way easier with my wire just slightly further away from me than I would normally. But I haven't let go of that wire, I've kept hold of it. So I'm just going to go slow, take my time. Like I say, I don't want to rush in any way. I just want to keep everything nice and consistent. So I've got a bit of a lean on it. Obviously it's an alien. I want a bit of a lean on it towards the swivel. So if I'm missing any comments, guys, it's because I'm concentrating here. And I don't want to mess up now that I've got going. So that keyring helps keep those flat because I've got one hell of a pinch on this. And if I didn't have the keyring on there, my wire would probably collapse, which I don't want it to do. So again, just get going. Going steady. So still got plenty of decor left, which is good. I'd rather have plenty of decor or extra decor and not need it. So I'm speeding up just slightly. And then just move along a little bit. So definitely got some inconsistencies here. But to say I haven't practiced this build and I've just raw dogged it, yeah, definitely. Right, guys, without letting up, I just want to give this a quick measure, which should be good. I'm just going to gently offset that a bit, just so I can wrap a bit more. That. I don't know if this is going to work the rest of the way or it's going to collapse, but let's have a look. And that's it, guys. Wow. Can't believe that came out as good as it did. So, there we have the stitch. So, don't worry, guys. If you've joined my stream before, you know I will get you a close-up of this. So, I am at the end. Not bad at all. I appreciate that, Dion. I really do. So what I'm just going to do here is, at the end, I'm just going to lock it in like so. Cut my end off there. That will not get wasted. So yeah, there we are. A nice piece to do a single. Definitely. I appreciate that, Aussie Coke. And I don't think I've done pretty bad to say that I haven't practiced this one. So let me get that off there like that and that off there like that. So I've got a nice piece, enough there to do me as nice single coil. Sorry that I hit the camera. on the Wasp Nano. I'm just getting my little bits off my swivel. Yeah, just getting the little bits off my swivel. There we are. Right, let me get stuff out of the way and then we can have a quick close-up of what I've done. So take into consideration it's my first attempt. And I don't know if Henry's going to do its thing. Come on, Henry. Did I lock some thingies in there? Right, that's probably why. Get that off. And there we go, guys. The stitched Fralian. Not alien, Fralian. Inspired by Aussie Cook in the comments. There we are. That looks pretty dope. So there is a few inconsistencies just further along. But for the most part, a nice piece of wire there. Perfect. So I will get you an even closer look up when the camera is a little bit better. Is that getting a bit better? There we are. Trying to get you as close as I can. So that isn't bad for my first stitched Fralian. Hell yes. I'm loving that. And I've never vaped a stitched alien or even a stitched Fralian. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting. But thanks everybody that's stuck here through all the boring bits of the build. I appreciate all of you. So let me do a tiny bit of housekeeping. So there's that there. And my 38 gauge there. So guys, thanks everybody. Thanks Lee, thanks Alex, thanks Dion, thanks Aussie Cook. Thank you all. I appreciate it. My very first attempts at builds don't always come out this way, but as you know, obviously my first attempt did go a bit tits up. But yeah, happy with that. Let me place that one with a slightly smaller one so I'm not so zoomed in. Right, let me put that away. I will need that. Put that away. Put away that and that and that. Just a bit tidier here. And I've taken that out. That's good. Let's move that. There we are. So I'm sorry if I missed any comments while I was building. So yeah, I'm just looking back at some comments. So Aussie Cook, yeah, it'll be like, yeah, I feel like you're pinching too much. But I think with that attempt that I've just done now, I think you have to get your stretch pretty much bang on. Because obviously with that stitch wire in the center, obviously it's going to, your decal is going to hold on to that wire in the center. So try and get your stretch more or less bang on. And then you shouldn't have no issues. Then it should just lay. And then if you need a slight pinch, then obviously you are good. Right. So let's get this switched up to that. So about there, I will adjust. So that's my piece of wire. So I've got plenty there for a single coil. Get my building mod, just there like that. In camera, charged and everything. So let's get the Wasp Nano onto the deck. Yeah. So like I said, I have changed out the straight screws for hex screws. It just works better for me, and I'm not messing about as well. Never been a fan of straight edge screws, but the straight edge screws in this were not great. They were pretty terrible. So I'm just going to loosen the post holes as well. So I use these black ones because they seem to be pretty much dead on the size. So undoing those ledges like that. So I am thinking 3mm. Where are we? 3mm. So I'm thinking 3mm. I'd say about 5 or 6 wraps. So I'll do 5 wraps a measure. So I'm trying to see if there's a slight curve in the wire, because when it comes to aliens, you want that slight dimple in your cores and then the flat bit against your wiring jig. So that is more flatter, and that's got a bit of a swerve on there. So that's that. So I'm just using my Coil Master jig, 3mm rod, which I think will be plenty of room in there for a 3mm coil. A 3mm coil. So let me have a quick look again, which one's got the ridge and which one's flat. So that's flat on there. So flat end against the jig and start wrapping. So if you're doing just a normal round wire frailing or anything, you can just wrap it normal. When you're working with ribbon wire, you've got to be slightly slower and give time for that ribbon wire to go round your coiling rod. So just take it slow, take your time, and just let it wrap naturally. So your first wrap, as always, is most awkwardest wrap. So make sure you get that in. And I want my legs the opposite way as well. So 3 wraps, 4 wraps, and 5. 1, 2, well, no, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is about 5 wraps, but I want my legs obviously the opposite way, obviously to mount. So yeah, about 5 wraps. Let me just measure that in the deck just to see if that is all right, or if I can get an extra wrap out of it. So I think I will get an extra wrap out of it, so I will do an extra wrap. Those post holes are pretty wide, like so. So there we are, like that, and then that should fit nicely in that deck. So Now that I've got it wrapped, I'll try and get you a nice close-up of the coil. So 3mm diameter. There we are. So that is stitched alien or Fralien. That is a stitched one. So there is some imperfections in this build. It is my first attempt. Shares Wilson, there we are. So guys, everybody that's here, that's been here all stream. Obviously what was in the box was donated by my good friend that's just entered the chat, Shares Wilson. So everything that I had on my bench earlier on was from my friend here, Shez, that's just joined the chat. So I appreciate your donation, brother. I am building on the Wasp Nano, and I'll be using the Pulse BF. So there we are. Stitched Fralien. So not bad for my first attempt of doing this one. But yeah, looking good. Right, let's get this installed. So thanks for dropping in, Shez. I appreciate it. I hope you're keeping well and everything and all that good stuff. I do appreciate the donation to the channel. There we are. That's a bit better. There we are. Post holes are open. Like I said, being fully cleaned and everything. Perfect. Cheers still though, brother. I appreciate it. So let me just lock in this here, just here like that. There we are. So let's get this coil mounted. So I'm just going to slide one leg in first and then very carefully bend that leg in like so. So I've got my coil I want to be able to obviously pull it up. So maybe let me get the legs in like that. So let me center it slightly. So I want it more or less center like that. I am going to lock down one leg is what I want to do to begin with. So let me lock down that leg just in there like that. So I'm not doing anything too crazy. I'm just biting on that wire. I want to obviously raise my coil up slightly. So I want that leg to come out slightly just to give me a bit of room. So I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to put it offset like that, just so it gives me a bit of extra wiggle just to raise that coil up. So trap that in there also. So I'm not doing anything major, I'm just trapping it and then using that extra slack just to take out the coil and get it all level and straight. Then I'm going to go around again and just lock these in a little bit more. I'm definitely in camera, yes I am. So again, I'm just going to lock that in. I'm not doing anything too major or stiff in it. I just want it to obviously bite on that coil. and then be able to manipulate a bit and get it where I want it to be. So I want it obviously high enough so that airflow goes underneath the coil. Not a problem, Gaming Vapor. That's cool. I'm glad you came back. I'm not that boring that you didn't want to come back. So there we are. That's it set. Decent height as well. Like I say, I want it above that airflow. Let me get you in a bit closer. So obviously I want it above that airflow, so the airflow goes underneath the coil, just like that. So that is set and nice. Let's clip those leads. So let me zoom you back in there. There we are. So I'm just going to clip these leads, get them nice and flushly cut in there like that. That's one. It's nice and flush. And then again, one of these. Get it in there, and there we are. Perfect. And we are cut and nice. And again, I'm just going to go in there and just get it all looking nice without any wonk on there, which is perfect for me. That's set perfectly. Right, let me take this off. I want to zero out my mod to 0. Definitely, it's definitely a good RDA shares. Definitely a good RDA. So, is this a new coil? Yes. So our resistance is currently sitting at a 0.15. I'm not going to be obviously dry burning that at 90 watts. So that's either going to creep up, which it probably will. So I'm going to start off at about 20 watts for this. So tweezers, if I need it, I do a bit of strumming, I do a bit of pinching, I do a bit of stretching. Do what you need to do to get your coils burning correctly and from the inside out. There we are. That's a little bit better and a little bit clearer. So, come on, Henry. Let me see if I can get this looking a little bit better. So about there. So let's start introducing some heat to it. Yeah. They did a Pro. I think they did an S as well, didn't they? Oh, the bunker. I haven't heard that one in time, Aussie Cup. But yeah, Gaming Vapor. I think the a Pro are definitely one and an S as well. I'm sure they brought out an S, and I think they brought out an RTA as well. So slowly introducing the heat. You want to be very, very careful and delicate with it. It is ribbon wire, so you want to make sure that it's got time to heat up correctly. You don't want to weld those wires together. So we do have a little bit of wonk there. So that's a lot better. So introducing it slowly at a time. I have got some hot spots there. If you don't know what hot spots are, they look like lightning bolts in your coil. And you just want to gently work them out. You don't want them in. So if you look here, I've got a little hot spot just there. There we are. Got some hot spots. And just gently work them out. You don't need to scrape them too hard. They'll eventually work out. Like I say, it's ribbon wire. So you want to make sure you got to give it time to obviously heat up and stuff and get all right. So as you can see, look, there's hot spots all here, there. So you just want to be very, very careful. So like I say, take your time. There's no need to rush. As long as you've got your coil burning correctly, you should be all right. So let's do a little pinch. Sometimes a pinch helps. Sometimes it creates more hot spots. But it will eventually work itself out. So in this instance, I am going to give it just a little stretch like that on each side. Just going to pull the end wrap just slightly. Just give it a little rock. So the bunker was made by Osmodus. Right. So as you can see, straight away, those hot spots are working nicely. Working out nicely. And you want your coil obviously heating from the inside out. So introduce little bits of more heat in there slowly. So I'm going to ramp it up to 40 watts. Just giving it short pulses of heat. Give it a little pinch. There we are. And then slowly work it out a little bit. I'm going to give it a little bit of a pull here. At this end, I just want to separate it slightly. There we are. It's looking a bit better. Looking a lot more better. Let's ramp this up. So I want to just heat it up to where roughly I'm going to be vaping it at, because I don't want hot spots to occur at a higher wattage that I'm going to be vaping it at. After I've done the dry burning Aussie cut, just going to carefully introduce the heat. There we are. It's looking nice. Ramp it up a bit more. Ramp it up to 60. I'm just making sure, like I say, that no hot spots occur at higher wattage. So let's get up to 70. And that is looking good. That's looking nice. And then as an extra precaution, just going to go up to 80 and give it a little. That is perfect. Up a little bit more. I will take it to 90. I'm not going to vape it at 90. I'm just making sure that if I do decide to put it on a regulated mod, we should be good. So that is hot. So I'm going to zero out my mod and let that cool down. Let's see. And there's a nice close-up for you there, Aussie Cup. trying to do it a lot better so there's not much of a glare on it. There we are. So there we are, Aussie Cut. This build was inspired by you, my brother. I probably would not have got round to this build if you hadn't suggested it, so definitely. So, gaming vapor, there's different ways to tell that obviously your coil's going bad. It won't taste as good, and you might get sort of like a metally taste from it. Obviously, if you dry burn it and re-wick it, your juice is not going to taste as nice as well. It'll taste a bit off, or you'll find that your cotton burns a lot easier and quicker. Juice can be a factor as well. If you're vaping dessert juices, your coils will have a slightly less lifespan. Yeah, that is also true, Shez. Yeah, obviously cotton as well. What I tend to do is it's probably easier for me because I make my coils, my own coils or anything. If I get a bad taste in any way from my coils or when I've re-wicked it and I'm still getting not a good taste, I will just make a brand new coil. Yeah, but also juice can come into that. If you're vaping a dessert juice, or even a right sweet fruity juice, if you gunk up your coils, that can reduce your lifespan. It'll always taste, like you say, burnt, or it'll taste harsh on your throat as well. So yeah, that is factors that all take a part, obviously in coils and everything. But what I tend to find is when I get to the end of my coil, even when I've re-wicked it and I've juiced it up, it tastes a bit metally, if you understand what I mean. Yeah. I tend to not clean my coils. I tend to use them and use them and use them, and then when they get to the end of the life, I throw them. But this is all stuff we used to do back in the day, ultrasonic cleaners, cleaning them and then leaving them a couple of days to use and stuff like that. There's different ways of doing it. I mean, if you've got a good coil that you just want to clean, then yeah, clean it, ultrasonic it and stuff like that. It does help, but you can more or less tell when your coil's gone because everything you do is it tastes bad. Right. Okay. So yeah, that can do the longevity of your coils, gaming vapor. I mean, I find with coils that I use, I can get round about a month or just over a month out of it before I think to myself, I just need a fresh new coil. But like I say, it's easier for me because I make my own coils, so it's easier for me just to whip up another coil. Yeah, it can go longer as well. Yeah, it can go longer. But I think with me, because I vape mostly dessert juices, my coils longevity doesn't last as long because they'll gunk up, they'll get sugary and stuff, and no matter how much dry burning or cleaning of coils is going to make that juice taste any better. Right, now that that's cooled down a bit, I'm getting to the end of my drink, guys, so I'm just going to have a quick break while this cools down. Yeah, the Custard King. Well, are you calling me the Custard King? I do like my custards, but nothing's going to beat Ben's custard that I used to get back in the day. But I am hoping in the next couple of months to get myself some Grant's vanilla custard. That's supposed to be really good, but it is expensive for a 120ml bottle. But yeah, Ben's custard was the best back in the day. Definitely, definitely. That would be very interesting, that. So anyway, I've drunk the last of my drink. I'm just gonna have um a quick break, get another drink, and have a quick toilet break. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes, guys. Don't stay anywhere. Rejuice, rewick, do what you need to do, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Yeah, Sheds, nobody could get enough of Ben's juice. It was that good. Anyway, I'll be back in a couple of minutes, guys.
If you don't choose straight, rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. Max all nights, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. Be back in a jiffy, don't choose straight. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. We twist, it gets more than a day. Call sight, flavor on blast. Living that vape life, building fast. Maximize, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. The beat man did it if you don't choose straight. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make.
That's right. Participation. Where I need to be.
Max all nights, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. Be back in a jiffy, don't choose straight. Rewick.
Right, I am back, guys. Thanks for waiting. Get the chat box back up, and we're good. So, Gaming Vapor, you did say I should make a 6-ply SSC. So that's one that I'm practicing. So maybe next week's live, I will attempt that if I get some practice. If I don't get some practice in and I feel like doing it, then I'll just do what I did today, basically, and have a crack at it. So cotton I'm using today, something a little bit different. I'm using some Muji cotton pads, which I got in. Just a nice change to the wick that I've been using. Similar to KGD, Kojendo. Cotton, I don't think it's as good as Kojendo. Kojendo has got a slight edge on Muji, but just normal thick pads. I take off the top layer and the bottom layer from it, so you get the fluffy part in the middle. So there we are. That's what it looks like. So like I say, I've taken the top layer off, the bottom layer off, so you're just left with the fluffy stuff in the middle. And then I'm just going to pull myself a little bit off like that. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to just fan out this cotton like so. So what I tend to find is when I fan out my cotton, it tends to wick a lot better. So I'm taking tips off other live streamers that I follow and are friends with and trying their methods. And yeah, seems to work a lot better when you just agitate those fibers a little bit, just to break them up a bit. I'm just going to pull any excess off like that. So again, I'm just going to agitate those fibers a bit, help with the wicking, and then very carefully just roll it up. Obviously, I don't want to flatten it or mess up those fibers that I just loosened. So there, and then pop a little spin on it like that. And let's get it threaded into the coil. So I want all this part to be nice and fluffy, which it is. So it should be good for a 3mm coil. So going ahead, I have even checked my final resistance on this, so I'm skipping steps before I even start. So we are settled at a 0.3 exact, 0.3 ohms, which should be just about right where I like it. So I'm just going to turn that down. Boom. So, right, let's get the cotton inserted and in there. So very carefully, just going to pull it through. So you don't want it too tight. So you want a little bit of movement in there, which is perfect the way I want it. So just like that. So you want a little bit of movement in there. As you can see, it's thinging the coil just a bit. That's perfect. So right, we're back, guys. I didn't realise my mic had gone off, so I hope it hasn't gone off before you heard what I said. Am I back? Can everybody hear me? Or I'm hoping everybody can hear me. So I should be back. Second mic is charged and connected. See how we get on with that. So I hope you heard what I said. Up until here. So Muji Cotton, I hope you heard all that. Up until my mic went off. So yeah, for definite. So this isn't too tight. It has got some wiggle room in there. But there, nice and fluffy. So you do have a decent amount of room in that deck. So I will just cut it about there. It's always better to have extra and cut it off. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to carefully just give this a little, sort of like a little fluff out. Agitate those fibres just a little bit more. Bit of under tickle there. Perfect. Nice and fluffy. And then give that just a last haircut just there. Obviously keeping that nice and fluffy. And then I'm just going to very carefully just swoop that into the deck like that. That's perfect, I believe. Yep, that is perfect. And again, I just want to, sorry I'm out of camera, guys. All right. That is true. Yeah, true, true. So again, on camera, not off camera, I'm going to give it a trim just there, like so. That should be plenty. And then again, I'm just going to sort of agitate those fibres, thin it out just slightly. Not really thinning it out, I just want to agitate, obviously, those fibres. Obviously helps with the wicking. Final haircut, just there like that. And again, just make sure that's nice and fluffy duffy. And then just swoop that into the deck very carefully. And again, just swoop that in, swoop that in, swoop that in. And there we have it. All swooped in. Looking good. Yeah, that's looking good to me, I think. Definitely. Ooh, gaming vapor, Voltrove. Definitely. Voltrove, that's another one that I want to eventually get in my collection. Something Voltrove anyway. They're good tanks, Voltroves. So there we are, all wicked up and everything. I'm not going to prime it or anything because obviously I've got that squonk pin in there and I don't want any juice obviously going on this mod. So, building mod away. Let's get the pulse squonk out of there. So, I'm obviously going to attach the RDA on there. There we are. Keep it about there. That's good. Right, so there's stuff coming in there. Let's fill the bottle up. So, what shall I put in this? So, let me put some I think scones would be nice in this. So let's do some scones. I think scones will work nice with this. So let's just fill up the squonk bottle, being very extremely careful with it as well, because it's a very soft bottle, and this will probably take ages to fill up, but I won't fill it up all the way. So I'll do about there. Fill up about halfway the squonk bottle. Be careful not to obviously press the squonk bottle, because obviously it's going to come out. So what I tend to do with these types of squonk bottles is I press it a bit, bring up the juice slightly to there, just so when it comes to popping it on this, attaching your bottle onto the squonk bit, it'll go on nice and easy. It'll slide on perfect. Yeah, I tend to put all my dripper stuff in bottles. Jeevan, I just think juice tastes better in a glass bottle. So let's get this 2700 iJoy 2700 battery for this. Clearly marked on the inside, positive side down, negative up. It is a mech, so it really shouldn't make a difference whether you run your battery upside down or not. But let's get this in here. So battery is in and everything. As you can see, there's no power there because of the switch. So I will engage the switch, so there's power there now with the kill switch on there. So, ow, that hurt. So let me get these panels back on. So panels are back on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if we get any squonk. So I can see juice getting in there. So I'm just going to squonk it a couple of times. Like that. So as you can see, that cotton is starting to soak up. There we are, like that. So that is starting to soak up that at the bottom. I am going to prime it. So let me prime this coil. So I'm going to drop some juice obviously on the coil and around it. Give it a short pulse just to soak that juice in there. Like so. Get that coil saturated and firing. So there we are. That's looking nice and saturated. The cotton's nicely saturated and good. There we are. Yeah, Voltrovs are expensive, but very worth the money. I think it's worth the money that they charge for the Voltrove. But yeah, very expensive, hence why I haven't got one already. So that is firing nicely and hard, which is how I want it. Let's get this top cap on, which is perfect. There we are, looking good. I do like a little bit of Ultim. Not many people like Ultim, but I am a fan of Ultim. Nice little stealth sort of vape there. So I'm going to come back to FaceTime. I'll crack open my other drink and we'll talk on it and vape on it a bit. So let me pop you round here like that. So let's get this back to normal. So let's get that back to normal. It's like I'm adjusting the mirror in my car like that. So anyway, right, we are all focused and nice and you can see me. Hi. So here's a close-up look and we've got power. Nicely. Perfect. Right, let me crack open my second drink. So second drink is obviously a Bertha, which is my favourite stout at the moment. Normally I would start my stream like that, but I thought let's start it different and end on my favourite. So chocolate layer cake stout, 8.4%. Nice, rich, thick. My current favourite at the moment. Yeah, Lee Swetnam. So Lee, like you said there, those panels, I did have a look, and my favourite ones out of all of them are the clear, the pink, and obviously the Ultim if I'm running anything Ultim on it. But cheapest chips, I think they're like £1.50 or something for a set of panels. But I might even think about just paying the 15 quid and getting the full set. But I don't know yet. So, cheers, guys. Always be a favourite, that one, for me. There we are, that's better. Right, let's take the pulse for a 2. Cheers, Shaz. Yeah, all the transparent ones do look sick. Hence, which is why sway me whether to get the full set or not, because the solid ones like these, I don't tend to like. I like the see-through ones. They're a lot better. Right, let's have a 2 on this, guys. Oh, wow. That is one hell of a flavour banger, that. It's different to what I remember, and not in a bad way. I think it's a lot better in some ways. I don't remember it being this good. And now I've switched the thingy there. That is kicking ass and tastes extremely good. Like I say, I'm not much of a squonker sort of person, but I do like a squonk mod. I don't have many. I have a topside. I did have a topside dual, but that's past now. That's gone. But I've still got the mod because I might use the internals and make my own mod. So let's do a bit of a pairing. Scones with some chocolate cake. Is it gonna pair? Let's have a look. Give it a quick squonk. Weird one. It kind of does and doesn't go well with that juice. On the initial vape and drink, I get the right bitterness, obviously, of the chocolate from the stout. But then mellows out with the cream and jamminess from it. Makes it taste a bit like a strawberry cream sort of chocolate cake. Or did you get it before it was released? Oh, look at you. And if you didn't know, the Wasp was made by Omnia. Same people that made the Bulk. Amazing building that. And just a quick check, because I have had this open and stuff. No issues with the battery. Battery's not getting warm or anything. Everything's running as it should be. Nice little stealthy mod. Now I do, I would like the one with the screen on it, but I'm a mechanical mod, a mech mod kind of guy, so this sort of setup is right up my street. So it's more of a sort of like, it is airy, but it's just after the borderline of restricted direct lung is what I'm getting from the airflow. And the airflow's wide open on both sides. Seems weird to hold as well because obviously I'm left-handed, so I don't know. It works with the left hand. It's just that when it's in this hand, obviously you can see the squonk bottle and everything. In this hand, you don't see anything. You just see the back panel of it. But it does work. Hitting nice and hard. Banging. Banging flavour. Absolutely banging. Give it a squonk. Give that a couple of minutes just to squonk up. Saturate that cotton, give it a couple of minutes. So yeah, thanks Shez. Really appreciate it, brother, with all the bits that you've given me that I did show at the beginning of the stream. So you'll have to take a quick look at the beginning of the stream. And that coil is very tasty as well. Now, I might have to maybe run the Wasp on a regulated mod to actually be able to appreciate it more. Yeah. So yeah, just sort of like on the borderline of restricted direct lung. Just after that, it's got plenty of air in there. And it's keeping up. And the fact that you've got that coil right where near your lips are, I'm not getting a little bit of spit back, obviously, when you initially squonk, but no leaking. It's not leaking. And it's hitting quite hard. I mean, I like more of a tactile button, more of a clicky button, but yeah, to say it's not a clicky button, it's alright. You won't press it by accident. Like that, you have to really push the button. Can't complain about that one bit. And that Muji cotton is also a nice little change as well, because obviously with the Kendo, similar to Maviton, there is a breaking time. Hence why I bought the Muji just for a change. I got myself a big bag. Muji cotton. One of these big bags here with 180 thingies in there. So that'll last a bit. On top with the cotton bacon that I did get from Shez as well. For sure, Shez, thanks for dropping in, mate. We are getting on to nearly midnight, so I do appreciate you dropping in, brother. Love and respect. And yeah, get some sleep. Thanks, Shez. Yeah, you have a good night, and I'll speak to you soon, brother. I appreciate all the stuff. Much love. Love and respect, brother, as always. We definitely need to meet up and have a bit of a catch-up, all of us. Shez, Ben, and stuff like that. We definitely need to have a catch-up one day. You all live in the vicinity of Ben anyway, so when I'm in Leeds, it'll be good to link up with you all. It's hitting and it's kicking. First time using a 2700 battery. No heat from the battery whatsoever, so it's handling the build. No heat from the button or anything. Yeah, the button's not even hot. Now, even though that this is a mechanical mod, normally when they have a switch like this, they have to have like sort of like a MOSFET fitted, unless you've got a really high rated button, which this does. I mean, just look at the size of that button. It's massive. And then on the inside, yeah, it is massive. And it's been tested for thousands and thousands of presses on 0.09 ohm build, I believe. And for so many presses, and the button has lasted. I'll give that a squonk. So, like I was saying earlier, I have made my own mods, these two here. So, whoever suggested it, I can't remember who suggested it in the comment, so I apologise. Maybe making a mod alive and making a mod might be a good thing as well. So, the blue one is a parallel 18650, and the purple one is a series 18650. This does have the same sort of tactical switch, but it's more clicky. Don't know if you can hear that. It is clicky. But obviously, with the switch being so small as well on this, it needs a MOSFET. So apart from the MOSFET, it's more or less mechanical apart from the wires, you know. So it might be an idea, actually. You're giving me ideas to maybe actually, when I get some money and I want to build another mod, to maybe do a live and build a mod. That would be a really good idea. Can't complain one bit. Still no leaking out of the airflow holes. So I've just run my finger past the airflow and it's not wet. So no flooding, obviously, when you're squonking with the bottle being really soft. So yeah, it's not flooding out the thing. Obviously, if I do that, it's probably going to leak out. But just general squonk and purge, like I say, I like to purge. But yeah, I'm liking that coil. Now, I think I got talking about the coil and then completely forgot about what I was talking about. So, stitched alien. Do I notice anything different from a normal Fralien? And I've got to admit, for my palate, there is a slight elevate in flavour. Not much, but a slight elevate in flavour doing that stitch. But delivers great flavour. There is a noticeably difference from me, but not much of a difference compared to a normal standard alien. Tastes different. You know what? Aussie cut. Let's do that. So, Dovpo topside single. That is a regulated squonk. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give this a little squonk. Get some juice in there. Let's try it on a regulated squonk and see how it goes. Any recommendations, Aussie Cook, to what wattage? So thank God this one still works. It's a shame about the dual battery one, but yeah, still works. So I have squonked this. So the 510 is a little bit stiff. There we are. So I've already squonked it. I'm not going to fill the top side juice bottle up. I'm just going to try it on a regulated device. So there we are. So it is juiced, as you can see. Come on. Cotton's all juiced and nice. So I'm just testing it on a regulated mod. Okay. So on this, the resistance is slightly different. Obviously, it's showing a 0.28 rather than a 0.3. Different devices are obviously going to fluctuate slightly with the resistance, just slightly. So let's start at 50 watts. Not high enough. So let me start at 65 watts instead, because 50 watts was way too low. This has got a 21700 battery in it. Wow. Yeah. I think you're right there, Aussie Cut. Let me bump it up to 70 watts on this. You are right, mate. You are right. That does make a difference running it on a regulated mod rather than a mech mod. Maybe if the resistance was a little bit lower, then maybe, yeah. Yeah, that does make a difference. Voltage, when I do that, it's showing 4.5 volts at 75 watts there. Aussie Cut. Yeah, that does make a difference. You are damn right there, Aussie Cut, my brother. Yeah, it does make a difference running it on a regulated. So let me drip this because I don't want to mess out the bottle for just trying it on a regulated. Have another two. Okay, I stand corrected. That does taste a lot better on a regulated mod. So let me try at 80 watts. Let me bump it up. I think 80 watts is the highest. Oh, no, it isn't. So it's 90 watts on this 21700. So let me try at 80 watts. Come on, 80 watts. Yeah. Oh, excuse me, that got my throat a bit. But yeah, a lot better on a regulated device. So I think for me, at 80 watts is where it shines. Let me bump it up to 85 watts, see if that makes any difference. But the flavour is getting a lot better. This is one of the reasons why I love doing lives. I can interact with my audience and my audience can give me tips. Because I learn a lot of tips off you and people that watch me. Really. So alright, 80 watt, 85 watts that. So let me max out this to 90 watts, just there like that. Yeah, definitely. This does definitely shine on regulated mod. Excuse me. So we're not dry. Maybe 90 watts is a little bit too much for me personally. 85 watts is where it's at for me. That is nice. So yeah, definitely. This shines definitely on a regulated mod, but I think that's down to obviously build as well. Obviously, if the resistance of the coil was a lot lower, obviously from that battery, you'll get one hell of a hit from it. So anyway, let's go back to the mech. I'm a mech person, so let's go back to the mech. I'm going to get that screwed on there nicely. That's firing nicely, no issues. Give it a squonk, perfect. I appreciate that, Gaming Vapor. I always appreciate it. Thank you. And that means that second part of your comment means a lot. Because to me, I think I'm boring. Because I haven't got the gift of the gab. So I can't talk without thinking. And stuff like that. So I'm glad you're liking the content. And I'm glad you're finding me not boring. Because to me, I find myself boring. But I think if you watch yourself and stuff like that on yourself, you do think you're a bit boring. But I tried to have that sort of like chilled out stuff. I drag things on a bit because I like to explain everything. If I were just doing reviews on retro stuff and just using pre-made coils and thingy, it's one thing. But because I'm making coils, I like to have a lot of detail in my streams, especially if you're following along and building a coil as well at the same time with me while you're watching the live. It's always good. So I appreciate that, Gaming Vapor, that you don't find me boring. I appreciate that. This is lethal, this, because you can drink this and not even feel it until it suddenly hits you, the alcohol, because it's at 8.4%, that one. It probably might have gone a bit better if I didn't have that extra wrap, maybe, because obviously lower resistance ramp up a bit more time. But in no means in this mode here am I getting bad flavour from it. I'm getting good flavour. Definitely. What I will do is I'm just gonna mute my mic while I blow my nose, guys. So there we are, I'm back. So Gaming Vapor, what I'll do is I'll work on some stuff as well, because like I say, I'm busy and stuff, and it's just a matter of if I don't plan ahead of time, I tend to just do what I'm doing when I'm on my lives. But definitely, I've got some 30mm stuff, hence the Turnstone and obviously the Emperor RTA. I will do some 3.5mm coils. So obviously get your suggestions in the comments as well of what kind of coil you want me to build at that 3.5mm, and we'll go from there, guys. Yeah, by no means whatsoever am I getting bad flavour from this setup, but it does shine obviously on a regulated mod. And definitely no issues with the battery or anything. I was a bit skeptical because obviously I broke it down to the point where I unsoldered parts of the mod to obviously clean it, which was that back strip there is soldered to the button, or the other side of the button, the opposite side of the button. And because it were that filthy, obviously it were really filthy, gunky and all that. I desoldered it, took it out and cleaned it properly, just to be thorough. And yeah, it's still working and kicking ass for a mech. Hence one of the reasons why I like a mech, because you could just break it apart and clean it and it'll work really just as good as new. Give it another little squonk. So, staggered fuse Clapton, I can do. So, gaming vapor, out of interest, are you thinking like a dual core staggered fuse Clapton, a triple core, or more, a staggerton as they call it? I think if it's over 2 cores, it's a staggerton. What kind of SFC would you like to see? So it gives me ideas I can practice. If I don't get a chance to practice, then like this stream I'll raw dog it, and if it goes well, it goes well. If it doesn't, it doesn't. A staggerton, okay, I'll try and work on a staggerton build, and we'll go from there. That's the best I can say to you, Gaming Vapor. If I get a chance to practice, that's better for me. But if not, I'll try and do my best, and on the live, just attempt it if anything. Like today, I attempted the stitch, and I did better than I thought I would. And genuinely, I had no time this week to practice the stitch. So today was probably the first time I've done a stitched alien. I have done a stitch hexo, and that went tits up, which is basically a decore of a decore like an alien, obviously with the wire and the stitch. And instead of wrapping it around a certain way, you just wrap it around a coil jig, an exo stitched alien I attempted. Staggered fuse using ribbon, yeah. I am working on that one as well. It was one of the ones that I would have done last week if it was chosen, but obviously it wasn't. Or was it? I can't remember now. No, I did a staggered fuse Clapton last week. But yeah, I will work on a staggered fuse using thingy. But every time I've tried that, it always ends up messing up on me. So that one I will need a lot more practice on. I appreciate that, Aussie Cook. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I think when you build just naturally, or you're into building, or you've been building for ages, it can be slightly easier because you're not going into it where you've never built before. If you've built before, you can, obviously you make mistakes and stuff and you screw things up, but it's slightly easier because it's not new to you. But that's another one as well. So yeah, a staggered frame staple, yeah, is on there. Bigger coils, yeah, definitely on there. I mean, if I get a chance and I'm not too busy or too tired when I'm streaming, I'll stream a bit longer and to do a couple of builds. But obviously that's going to be a long stream. And obviously I don't want to be going too long, because people that watch me are either tired, or if they're abroad, they're busy as well. They might be doing something, it might be daytime, and they might have shit to do. So I tend to go along the 4-hour mark or the 4.5-hour mark, but I will go longer if need be. But it gives me ideas for future lives, obviously, to bring to you, to obviously accommodate to my audience, because you guys that come in and drop out is what keeps me behind the camera. This is what keeps me coming here every week, because I know I've got my regulars and stuff, and some of my OGs that were with me from the start, Aussie Cook being one of them. He's been with me more or less from the start. when I started doing my lives. So Aussie Cook is one of the biggest supporters of my channel from the start, as well as all you other ones in the past month, Gaming Vapor, Hungry Hippo, and people like that. Obviously, keep coming back every week, and I do appreciate it. It means a lot to me. It means a hell of a lot to me. Nice, really nice. Give it a little squonk. So I am getting to the end of my juice in that squonk bottle. But Gaming Vapor, like you said, if I'm using tend to use a 30mm coil, I tend to go the 3.5mm mark. So I think what I'll do is eventually, if it's not next week or some way down the line, I will get some 3.5mm coils made as well. I'll give this a revisit, the Tombstone, because it's a brilliant deck for 3.5mm coils, which I've basically got in there. So they are a bit toasty, but that is, I believe that's a Fralian in there, 3.5 mils in there. So it's not like I haven't done them. I have done them, but it'll be good to do a revisit, obviously, for you guys as well. Say that cotton's white, it's still got some juice in there. So guys, I'll more or less leave it here. We'll talk a bit. Wasp Nano, brilliant. I have tried it before. It's a lot better than what I remember it, but it was years ago. Pulse BF, yeah, another one. A one that I did want in my collection. It was on my list of stuff to buy. Hence, when my friend Shez that were in the comments said, "I've got a load of old shit. Do you want it? It might help your channel, give you good content." I said, "Yeah, definitely. I will take it off your hands." And like I say, a few things that I wanted to add to my collection, one of them being a Wasp of some sort, whether it was the Nano, the Pro, the S, the RTA, a Pulse Squonk, whether it was the mechanical one or the one with the chipboard in. I was aiming towards more the mechanical side because I'm a MechMod user. That's my go-to, what I elevate towards to, is a mech. A mech, I'll be there all day, all night. Yeah, so they're two that I wanted on my list. One obviously being a V2 RDA from a sub-tank mini, because most of my tanks that I do have that were sub-ohm tanks that had an RDA, I ended up getting an RDA for it. With that one that I got, it had the V1 RDA in it, and the V1 RDA was shit, basically. Wasn't built well, but this V2 one was a lot better because it had holes in the barrel and you could take the barrel off a lot easier. So that's another one that I wanted to, obviously the Nautilus as well. I wanted one of them in my thing. Even though I don't vape like that MTL style, I wanted one in my collection. Because not many around. You can, one or two places maybe buy the full size or the mini for about 20-30 quid. But stuff like that is getting harder and harder to get a hold of unless you've got somebody who wants to sell it. So, yeah, maybe one day I will maybe get this built up and stuff. Let's have a look at the comments. Where are we? Yeah, so Gaming Vapor, yeah. Blaze wise, I do want the Blaze Pro Max RTA. Like I say, because I'm not much of a Burrow user, I probably won't get the Blaze bridge. It's not a definite no. I would never get the Blaze Bridge, but it's not top of my list. But I definitely want a Blaze Pro Max. I want the Blaze RDA eventually in my collection. Like I say, my list is high, really high for stuff, and it's just a matter of the money that I've got at the time and how much I want it as well. Okay, so it all depends on money and how much I want it. It's like I like loads of things, but at that particular point I might think I really want that, so I'll get that. So it depends. It's not like I don't get modern stuff today. I do get modern stuff today, but I tend to go towards the retro side or the old school side of vaping, because when I started vaping, there still are good gems out there that people don't even use today, or some people don't use today. Some people might have old stuff lying around and not really use it as much. Hence, Shez, that was in the comments, doesn't use this stuff anymore, but he knows I still use retro and old school stuff, and hence my channel, I do retro and old school stuff. And it's one of those things where if I've got something old school and it's shit, I'll say it's shit. You know what I mean? I've got stuff that is shit, right? But I've just got them, so I've got them in my collection to say that I've got one, sort of thing. It's one of those situations. The Blaze Pro, I think it's the Blaze Pro Max that I'm after. So I'm sorry if I said the Blaze Max. It's the Pro Max that I want. 30mm device. It is one that I want for my thingy, but I think when round about that time, it was between the Blaze Pro Max and the Bonza Pro RDA, and I went for the Bonza Pro RDA, and it's one of my current favourites, along with the early bird stuff, the Turnstone and the Emperor RTA. It's up there with me. It's something different as well, and I really rate the Bonza Pro RDA for me, because no matter how I vaped it, whether it was single coil, dual coil, squonk mode and all that, it just performed great in every mode or every way that you could vape it. So for me, that is a good RTA if I like it in every which way that you can vape it. That is a top RTA, which is good for me, even with squonk. Single coil, dual coil, normal and squonk, it performs great in every which way you vape it. To me, that's a good RDA. I have RDAs that I have that are either good squonking or good just normal dripper RDA, that are good either single coil or good single coil. To me, they're good RDAs, but they're not great RDAs. A great RDA or a great RTA to me is being able to vape it and enjoy the vape no matter how you vape it or which options you get to vape it. As I say, if you can vape it in every option and enjoy it, that is a great RDA, which is basically, for me, the Bonza Pro so far. Because single coil, dual coil, squonk, for me, it performs great in every mode. So let me just have a look at the comments. Yeah, I get that, which puts me in down as getting stuff as well. I'll want something, but I'll want it for ages until I get feedback from reviews or posts that I see on social media. So I don't even think the Blaze Max was even on my radar. I don't think it was. More the RDA and the Pro Max was more on my radar. But probably I will definitely get the Pro Max at some point. Still great, still great. So guys, what I'm going to do there is I'm going to stop rambling on. Check eBay. I have seen an Orbiter, but I don't think it is the V2. But yeah, it is a very, very hard RTA to get that one. I don't actually think it's the V2, I actually think it's the V1. But again, Gaming Vapor, definitely on the list of stuff that I want. One of the things I like about being a retro vapor, by the time I get the stuff that I want to thing, they're very cheap in price. And I can afford it. But like I say, I do get new stuff, as you've seen with posts that I do on social media and a few lives that I do. Yeah, I do like new stuff. But mechs and old school stuff, the good old school stuff, is definitely gets priority over everything for me anyway. Unless it's something new that catches my eye. Like with the early bird stuff, it's different, slightly different, looks different. Same sort of baseline, your postless deck and everything, plenty of space, being able to squonk, but the way they perform, the way they taste, the way they look also plays a part for me. Something different I will spend the money and get. So like I say guys, I'm going to leave it there for this week. So today's retro build was the Pulse Squonk BF mod and the Wasp Nano RDA in squonk mode because I don't have the solid pin for it, so I can't use it as a normal RDA. But even if I did have the solid pin, I'd probably use it more as a squonk RDA than I would just a normal dripper. Yeah. One of the reasons, saying that Gaming Vapor, yeah, Bonza Pro RTA is one that's on my list. Hence, what am I thinking? So, like you say, what do you call it? Mike Vapes. Now, I have Mike Vapes Recurve Dual. Okay, I'm not talking about the Recurve 1 or the Recurve V2. I'm talking about the Recurve Dual, which I have done in a previous live stream. Now, if it's one of the reasons why I haven't rushed to get a Blaze RDA. Now, I know the deck is slightly different on the Blaze RDA, but it's the same sort of like curved sort of half pipe sort of build deck, which hasn't given me priority to get it because the build deck is more or less the same, slightly the same, not more or less the same, but slightly the same as the Recurve Dual, which is why I haven't put the Blaze RDA as a priority for me to get, because it's more or less, to me, I think it's the same sort of RDA. Definitely, Aussie Cook. Thanks for joining, brother. I'm going to be ending it anyway, but thanks for joining. I do appreciate it. As all, my OG supporter. You'll always be my OG supporter, my brother. So thanks for dropping in. I do appreciate it. So anyway, guys, like I said, I'm going to leave it there. Great little setup for tonight's live stream. I'll be working on next week's live stream. And hopefully bring you guys what you want. So I'm glad you're liking the content, guys. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and share like you do. So follow me on my social media, Facebook and Instagram. I'm mostly on Instagram than I am Facebook. Follow me on social media as well. And also links in the comment. If you wish to buy me a coffee, you can buy me a coffee. It keeps me behind the camera. Any donations go straight back into the channel to bring you great content. So I do have a couple of clicks, like always, before I can end the live stream. So all of you, have a good one. All of you Aussie Cook Gaming Vapor, I appreciate you guys. Have a good one. And so I'm going to make Gaming Vapor. Have a good one, guys. We'll be tuning into next week's on Jaff's show. Yeah, go follow Jaff. Jaff is a good friend of mine. Go follow him, subscribe to his channel and everything. And hopefully in the next couple of weeks, 3 weeks to a month, you'll see me on one of his live streams as well. Because I'll be joining up with him as well and attending one of his live streams as well. So keep an eye out. Keep an eye out for that as well, because I will be joining Jaff. Good friend of mine. If you don't know him or don't know of him, go search his YouTube channel, his social media, go join him, subscribe him and everything. He's a good guy and good content creator as well. So, like I say, guys, I'll leave it there. I will see you next week, Tuesday, 8 p.m. as clockwork. Unless anything different happens and I have to cancel the live stream, I will be here every Tuesday, 8 p.m. UK time or GMT time +1. And I'll be here every week. Thanks for all your support. And I appreciate you all. Love and respect. Vape safe. And I will see you guys on the next one. Excuse me. See you guys on the next one.